Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So, coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
A champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So, coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, on control. Your mark is on my back, just like that. The end for the
everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
at 11 a.m. Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., Classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
at 11 a.m. Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., Classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
So
everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
A champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion.
everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time. You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be
everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the offer. Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the offer. Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the offer. Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. You're in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. You're in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live-in-Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the offer. Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're
everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up,
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
Non credo proprio perché abbiamo solo staccato un microfono.
Lui ha detto qualcosa sul microfono, però è ancora bloccato il countdown, ragazzi.
Allora, esce e rientra.
Please start one. Start one.
Hello, buongiorno to all of you. So welcome back. Today is day 4 of our Live in Venice week and I'm Monica G. I'm here in a marvelous place to introduce to you two gorgeous people that I have by my side in a gorgeous location. We are by Punta della Dogana, the former custom
hi
office
everybody, welcome
of
back to
Venice.
Venice. This
And
is
this
Live
Live
in
in Venice
and
week
we are
by
on our
SofaTour is
fourth
giving
day.
us the
Today,
possibility
we're gonna
of
be talking
showing
about
you an incredible boat, the Trabaccolo. It's a lot. I mean, we have a lot to talk about, but let me introduce, first of all, my first guest this morning, who is Martino Rizzi on my right. Martino Rizzi is a tourist guide, so he's a colleague of mine, but he's also an expert of the Venetian lagoon, of the Venetian boats, so he's the perfect person to tell you about this marvelous boat that is hosting us this morning. Ciao Martino.
Ciao Monica.
So sorry we're packed, but there is not a lot of room here, so that in order to fit in the camera, we're very close one to the other. And you probably don't see a lot behind us, but we'll have the possibility of moving our camera to show you the gorgeous location where we are. So, Martino, ciao, and tell us a little bit about you.
My name is Martino Rizzi. As you said, I'm a guide, a professional guide, but more than that, I am very fond of the lagoon and boats and traditional boats. So I live in between islands, Lido and Torcello, and
So you're
and-
actually an inhabitant of Torcello?
of the lagoon of Torcello, yes. And
Because there are very few people that live on
Absolutely.
Torcello.
more around a dozen. But more than that, I am proud to say that I don't own any car and I don't need to own any car. I have 2 boats and they are enough for me.
And, you know, this is quite an interesting element that we can talk about today. The day is dedicated to boats and all that is related to boats in Venice. So, as a Venetian, you're saying you don't need a car, you don't own a car. So, how do you move around, Martino?
Usually every day using the public water buses, but when I have time, I take my boats, especially when I'm in Torcello to go shopping for food to Murano. I catch my little rowing or with a little engine also boat to go there.
You guys, how do you go to the grocery store?
Exactly.
You jump on your car, go to the grocery store and all that. Martino jumps on his boat, his rowboat, with a little engine for necessity, as you were saying, okay? Yeah, because sometimes currents might be strong, right? And you go shopping on boat. So yeah, that was basically my next question. So as a citizen of Venice, living in Venice and living on the islands, do you feel you need a boat to live, to have a normal kind of life here in Venice?
I would say it's a lot of fun to own it. It's not indispensable. You can catch a water bus, they connect every single corner of the city. But if you own a boat, especially with friends, it's so nice. When you have to move bags, when you have to go shopping by boat, if you have time, it's also a pleasure to go by boat. Yeah,
definitely. But the boat we are on today is a very special boat. It has such a history behind, and Martino is definitely the best person to tell us about this history. The name of this boat is Nuovo Trionfo, the New Triumph, and it is a trabaccolo. Okay, I think, I know a little bit my way in English. I can speak English somehow, but I have no idea how to translate a trabaccolo in English.
There is a translation.
There is a translation.
There is
see?
a word that defines the trabaccolo in English is lager. It's
Lager.
A lager. Anyway, apart the translation, the trabaccolo is mainly, was mainly a merchant boat to transport freights, heavy freights in bulks, used from the early 1700s onwards, especially throughout the 1800s. It was one of the most popular boats, and also late 1800s and 20th century. In this very place, the customs house, the Punta della Dogana, right here, a century and a half ago, we know from the pictures, there were dozens of these trabaccoli moored here to unload supplies for the city, coming from all over the harbors in Croatia and in South Adriatic. It is part of our sailing tradition. And more than that, is an historical monument. It's a floating historical monument, I would say.
Okay, can I ask you, how many such trabaccolos do we have today in Venice?
It's a good question. It's an important question because actually this is the only one, not in Venice, in the Adriatic Sea.
The only one in the Adriatic.
Is the only one in the Adriatic still kept in sailing conditions and in quite original shape. Because others are in museums, but they cannot sail anymore. And very few are in Croatia, but they were so heavily restored that you cannot even recognize that they were trabaccoli.
Yeah.
And we are proud to say that we created this association, Compagnia della Marineria Tradizionale Nuovo Trionfo, to save this very piece of tradition, of Venetian tradition.
So it makes sense then that you're saying that this is a monument. It is because it is unique. How old is this boat?
It was built in 1926.
It's almost 100 years old.
Yes, by the Ubalducci in Cattolica, in Emilia-Romagna. But many were built also in the islands of the lagoon. This was built in Cattolica. And I wrote the history of this boat also years ago by interviewing the former owners or the nephews of the shipbuilders who built it in Cattolica. We went to Cattolica. We were welcomed by the old city of Cattolica. It was a very nice thing. And for instance, just I tell you that this boat is extremely lucky because it's one of the very few which survived. All the other Strabaculis disappeared for many reasons. First, because they were requisitioned during the Second World War. I remind you, this is a wooden boat. It's big, can move troops and materials.
Because it's a loading boat,
And
as you were saying. Yeah.
Yes, and can get in and out harbors, even if an harbor is mined, magnetic mines.
But it's made out of wood.
It's made of wood, so it can pass over magnetic mines, no problem. So that's why the Navy, during the Second World War, confiscated so many of these ones. And the other reasons why...
And so they're gone now, for obvious reasons.
They are gone, yes. All those the war requisition are gone. And the other reason is the few which survived after the war, for a crazy law of the Italian government to the owners, if they wanted to renew their fleet, they were forced to destroy the old boats to get the funds to buy new boats. So that's why.
Yeah, that's why we lose so much history. Sometimes
we lost a lot,
because of crazy laws, as you were saying. So this boat, dating back to 1926, eventually you created this organization. You purchased it, and it was some sort of an adventure to restore this beautiful boat. Can you tell us a little bit about the restoring adventure?
Absolutely. It's still an adventure going on right now.
So it's not over.
It's not over yet. It will never finish. We created this association and we bought the boat in 2008. We were a bunch of Venetians, fond of Venetian traditional sailing, and each of us put 1,000, 2,000, other people put 2,000, other people even more, to buy the boat, to be all together co-owners of this boat. And our names are the first, we are now around 120 people, the owners of the Trabacolo. And the first around 90 names are written on the main mast in a plate.
Yeah. Well, we understand that not much is visible, from our cameras, but why wouldn't you want to come then and admire all this with your own eyes? Okay, let me tell you, it's for me an emotion to be here, and it is as it is for Martino as well, who's telling us about the story. And one great idea about coming to Venice is not only to take a look at the gorgeous monuments that we have, because we do have gorgeous monuments, but also to discover other monuments. A boat, we learned it today, a boat can be a monument, and to see all these details that really give you emotions, experiences that remain for a lifetime. Because it's a boat, but there are people behind this boat, on this boat. And if I can ask, we have another guest next to me, but then we'll tell you more about how we use the Trabacolo today. But the other guest that I have on my left is Philippe Apathy. Philippe Apathy is not really an Italian name, is it? No? Where are you from, Philippe?
I'm French.
He's from France. And he's a little bit concerned about speaking English because he knows so many languages, French, of course, Italian. He speaks Italian great, gorgeously, and then German. But I'm pretty sure that Philippe will be great.
I have to apologize for my very bad English. I need to be helped.
And okay, from these words, you understand that he speaks English, so it's okay. A little bit shy, maybe, but that's okay. And why did you come to Venice? To live to Venice from France, or where were you before?
It's a very strange story because I came from France for 6 weeks of restful in the near of Padova, and I didn't go back to France. Venice was not a project, a choice, but the choice was first of all negative. I didn't want to go back to France.
Okay,
so I
was fell in love with Italy, with Venice, did you? No, not personally.
I don't like this way to say that I'm falling in love because I'm falling in love for someone.
No, for the
And
city.
yeah, but
Yeah, but it's okay.
no, I have to say another thing. Venice was very. I told I came here for restful.
Mhm.
When I put my feet here, I was absolutely calm, um, and I felt in my body that my place was here.
So that was a strong emotion eventually of
Out of the beauty of the city,
yeah, but you felt that this was the right
yeah,
place for your soul, basically, where to rest.
I felt me protected by the water because there are no cars.
Okay, let me tell you, a lot of people that come to Venice, and I think Martino agrees with me, a lot of people that come to Venice are afraid of the water because, we have no barriers. You just walk along a canal and, yeah, you can fall in the canal. Nobody falls, actually. Okay, let me tell you this. But people are a little bit awkward about the presence of water. So it's gorgeous what you're saying,
For me, it was a
Philippe.
protection.
The water meant protection.
Yeah.
So this place full of water, boats and all that we see around was some sort of a protection for you. But you are a special person from another point of view, and that's the reason why you're here. And it's that you are a fairly famous photographer here in Venice, aren't you?
If you tell it.
Yes, I do. I do. I'm saying it. Yes, you are very famous here as a photographer. So, first of all, do you like to take pictures of boats, or are you more interested in landscapes or cityscapes in this case?
So it's a very good question because indeed I love to make pictures of boats here in Venice. It's I don't know why, but it's a kind of elegance of the movements and of the movimenti.
Movements, yes.
Okay, and for this one, this boat, it's my not my favorite place, but each morning when I'm in the vaporetto, I choose the right place in the vaporetto to have the right view on the Trabacolo and to make pictures. I have a big collection of pictures of this boat.
Of this boat, and I knew that taking a look at your pictures.
I'm very, very moved by boats. For example, the last um, when came the La Vespucci.
Amerigo Vespucci, that's another
For me,
glorious ship of
it
the
was
Italian Marine.
and I
Italian
hope
Navy.
he will return. But it's a very,
It will.
very important event for the city. Very moving, very moving.
Definitely. And we know, I mean, especially before the pandemic, because during the pandemic, Venice was desert, right? Especially before, instead, Venice was always busy with thousands of people, right? And you would wake up like at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning to go and take the best pics. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you still do that?
I began to do that. Uh, it was not a project. It's just because I was wake up naturally at 5 o'clock, and I didn't want to stay to bed. I needed to walk, and it became an habit to a rendezvous with
Meeting,
a
a
meeting,
meeting,
a date
a date more, yeah.
with empty, not only the empty city, but after that, um, I um, I begin my social life in the bar with the cafe with the other workers, and then I can walk and to the target is not to make pictures, is to be connected with the reality of the city physically.
Okay, Oh, all right, all right. So I'm moved. There's Sarah behind. Sarah is my companion. She's always with me. I don't know how we happened to be together so many times during this live week in Venice. Sarah is here trying to ask questions, but we don't give her the possibility. But we will. we will. But we have so many things to say, and we're so moved by the experiences that you're telling us. Definitely, and just a second, Sarah. I'll give you the possibility to ask a question, but because I know the audience is asking questions. But Martino, speaking about experiences, how can we experience the Trabacolo? Do we come here and just take a picture of it, or how do we experience it for real?
Yes, I invite everyone to come. Uh, we are a cultural association. We don't do this for business, for money. Of course, we need money for the restoration of the boat, and it's a huge undertaking. We are not funded by anyone, state or municipality. The only thing we have from the municipality is the free mooring here, because they recognize that this is it's a piece of history of Venice, as it was in the 1700s. There were trabaculos here. So I invite you to join us. We have two kinds of offers. One is to come here for maybe a party, for a visit, just simple visit of the Trabacolo. When the Trabacolo is stayed here, moored at the Punta della Dogana, you can even organize a party with your friends here. Why not? With this beautiful view.
A wedding, why not? It's a perfect place.
Wedding is a super special.
But it's special,
Okay.
Venice, romantic,
Yes.
and then your party on the boat.
Exactly. Exactly. And this is within also a little budget. But if you have a little more budget, or some more friends to who want to experience something special in Venice, you can rent a boat for a tour out in the lagoon.
So this actually sails, okay? As we were saying before, it's not just a monument standing here still, or like floating here still. It sails. And where do you go?
We can go to Murano. We can go to Pellestrina also, which is very beautiful in the South Lagoon, alone in the middle of the beauties of salt marshes also. And we have a big bow behind. You don't see much now because they are preparing something for the Biennale di Architettura, and there are some stuff, and the canopy are down now, are still on now. But we have a roomy, stern place in the stern, and we can set up tables and accommodate people for a lunch in the middle of the lagoon. So contact us through the website, and we will arrange something. And you must know that by doing that, you help a monument of Venice to keep going, to keep sailing.
And you become part of those people that are
you make
keeping
friends.
this
You can make true
city
Venetians
alive, and you can meet true Venetians, or like true Venetians coming from France. No, but this is how I feel, because I have so many friends, of course, that were born in other places of Italy or in other places of Europe, or even in the United States. But once you settle down in Venice and you live permanently in Venice, you become Venetian at heart. And so it's so important to meet such Venetians. Is there a way that people can do donations to support your adventure?
Absolutely. Through the website, you find our bank accounts in case. But we first invite you to come here to meet us, to maybe walk down, which is like to enter the belly of a whale.
Wow, too bad we cannot go down now, of course.
Unfortunately, we cannot now.
But come and visit it. So what Martina is saying is that, first of all, get emotionally engaged with this Trabacolo, and then, if you want, organize a party, organize a little
birthday,
cruise,
a birthday on board,
a
birthday on board, sailing around St. Mark Basin. They say that life
What are you doing for your next birthday, Sarah?
I was born in November. I don't think people want to talk about
a
We
little
can
bit
do in a
cold.
good day,
with a very good
With
coat.
fur.
in a good November day.
Okay, Sarah, there were some questions
You answer
from.
them.
Oh, okay. So about talking,
We are already connected.
we answer the questions. Is
Yes,
that right?
like people want to know what kind of events you can organize, and you answer that. How they can donate, and what kind, if you already have set excursions, or if you can even do them like customized excursions.
Yes, I would say that everything is customized according the request of our friends, of the people who come here. We have an association, a side association, a party, the owners of the boat, which is Compagnia della Marineria. We have Amici del Nuovo Trionfo. You will see on the website.
The friends of the new triumph.
With just
right?
30 euros donation, you come on board, you become amico, and you join our fixed occasions of meeting here on board every Saturday. Or you can book through the website to join us for a traditional Venetian event like Festa della Senza, or even, but we are full of the nations that they want to come here, the Redentore, of course. The Redentore
Okay, so
is very
since you've
busy.
mentioned them, Martino, let me ask you, what is a Festa della Senza, which is not Italian, by the way, it's
Yeah.
said in Venetian, okay? And what is a Festa del Redentore? Just saying a few words.
Yes, few words. It's a long story in few words. But Redentore.
Make it short.
Yes, okay. Redentore is the big festa that started in 1577 in Thanksgiving for the end of the Black Plague we had. And
one of them.
yes, one of them. And big celebration Saturday night on the third weekend of July. A pontoon bridge was built to allow the people with no money to pay the ferryman to go to Giudecca Island, where the Redentore Church was built by Palladio and still there. So the pontoon bridge and big fireworks all night long.
For a very long time,
for a
over an
long
hour,
time, over an hour, yes, at midnight. So that's the most important. Is they call it the magic night, the Festa del Redentore, and we go to the other side. We move to the other side to have the best view over the fireworks and the Redentore. Also,
if I can add just one thing that really amazes me, fireworks in Venice are double, because you see the fireworks in the sky, but then you also see the reflection on the water, and so that's also part of the magic.
Yes,
Sorry that I interrupted you.
And on the monument, the lights on the monuments, yes. So it's a unique experience, absolutely, to join us here for the Festa del Redentore.
And what do you do for Festa della Senza?
Festa della Senza, we join usually the water corteo that starts from here, from St. Mark, to go to San Nicolò Church,
which is on the Lido Island.
On the Lido Island, where we have on the Ascension Day. That's why Senza is short for Ascension in Venetian, which takes place in May, usually early May. And the Doge now is the mayor with the patriarch cast a golden ring into the water, saying, "We wed you, O sea, in sign of perpetual dominion over the sea," and also asking the protection of the sea upon the city. It's a very moving ceremony. And
a question: do they throw a golden ring every year into the water and that gets lost?
In a way, right now, or historically speaking?
Now and historically speaking.
Now is not gold, made of gold anymore, and yes, it's true. Anyway, they throw it into the water. Yes.
Okay. What about in the past?
In the past, probably it was a tiny golden ring. Yes, it was. And excuse me, that nobody knows. That's very funny. The patriarch, besides the Doge, had to cast a bucket full of water, of blessed water, into the sea.
To bless the sea.
A bucket full of. Can you imagine him casting a bucket full of water into the sea? Yeah.
So these are traditions that have been taking places really for centuries, and maybe sometimes people lose the historical moment when they appeared. People forget. It can be, although Venetians are very into traditions. They really study their traditions. It's not, they don't take them for granted. They want to know from where they appeared, but sometimes even if you might lose the real significance of the tradition, still these feasts are really attended. Philippe, have you had the chance to take pictures during such important feasts? And coming from France, I mean, not being a Venetian since your birth, just a new Venetian, what do you think about these feasts?
Feast. What that?
Le feste della salute, parlavamo del Redentore, della festa dell'Ascensione, della Senza.
I prefer the Feast of Redentore because it's an occasion to meet friends around the table, outdoor, and it's more important for me to be with friends that the work fire.
The fireworks.
Fireworks.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes. So it's more like the feeling you get from your friends rather than taking your camera and taking pictures of the fireworks.
I love to make pictures of the fireworks, and
so you combine both.
but it's not the
main reason.
No, the
Okay.
main reason is to be with friends around the table outdoor.
Okay. It's fun and it's outdoor and it's on the boat because the real feast is on the boat, actually, right?
May I add something? So,
Definitely.
Yes, the municipality of Venice very intelligently, quite recently, decided to give the best place to the traditional boats. So boats cannot mingle anymore as they used to be. You cannot have a plastic boat, a fiberglass boat, besides a traditional trabacolo, sandolo, or rowing boat. No, all of the traditional ones are right here behind and have the best view.
It might sound for some reason anachronistic, but I think that traditions create, after all, our identity. Is that right?
Absolutely,
And so if you recognize your identity, you can also recognize all the other identities that you live with. And this has always been very important in such a cosmopolitan city like Venice. I have one more question to ask Philippe, and then we'll just move a little bit the camera to see the surrounding area, because this is majestic in my opinion. Philippe, everybody today with a camera, or in 99% of the cases with their mobile phones like I do, and I apologize, sorry,
But they are very good iPhones.
They're very good
Yeah.
smartphones.
You
Is
can
that
make
right?
very good pictures with your iPhone.
Okay, I'm not really into it, but I do like taking pictures. But everybody takes pictures today, and they can make very good pictures because these devices have very good quality. But your pictures are different. Why? I want to know if you can give us, not your secret, but just a little piece of your secret. He's puzzled.
No. It's not easy for me to explain that because at the beginning, when I told it, I didn't want to become a photographer, and I just wanted to come si dice, to pick up some movements of the and to divide it, to share. I just wanted to share not sometime an emotion and sometimes just a movement of life. And I love to tell stories. First of all, I'm a
He's also a
writer.
writer. Yes, that's what
Echo.
I wanted to
And
say.
my
And
way
he
to
has
make
a degree in literature. Is that
uh,
right? You studied literature at
yeah,
university,
see.
right? So yeah,
And
please.
my way to make pictures is very, very near with storytelling.
And this is something that really amazes me because what I feel I mean, maybe a little bit less today, but as soon as these smartphones appeared, so you would take pictures, you could take pictures at every single moment during your day. You didn't have and you would have the pictures ready there, I used to take pictures more or less of everything, and it was some sort of possession to have the image of that, right? Instead, what you're saying is not to capture an image for yourself.
No,
It's to capture an image, a movement, an idea, a feeling to share.
absolutely.
And let me tell you, this might be, except for your talent, of course. I mean, not everybody's talented. No, not everybody is a photographer, no matter what beautiful pictures you can take. You need to be talented. You have to have it in your soul. But this idea of sharing instead of having is probably the issue. I mean, the element that is important.
For example, um, when I was a student, I took the train each morning and each evening to Paris to go and back. And I love to pick up some situations with the people around. But after that, to tell it to other. And when I make pictures, it's the same thing.
It's storytelling, as you
Yeah.
were saying.
I saw that, and so because it was funny, because it was lovely, because it was stunning, I don't know, but always to create joy. I don't want. Sometime I do it, but on the social we can see
Everything.
everything and pictures who makes you angry, sad, and it's enough for me. Pictures like that, I need to
Share
show, to share
beauty,
beauty,
maybe.
to create a smile,
To give, yeah, to give
to
everybody.
make people smiling.
Yeah, wow, that's great, definitely. Sarah, do we have a question from the audience?
Yes, Philippe, where can people admire your pictures? Where can they find your pictures?
I produce books, a book each 2 years. The first two books aren't no more
Sold
disponible,
out. That's
sold
it.
out, and I prepare a new book for the end of the year. I have this one on the social and on channel YouTube because I make videos too. Before to make pictures, and it's another way to tell something, a story, to give some emotions. So you can find my name on YouTube to write
But then on
and
the website, I mean, on
yeah.
Live in Venice Week website, liveinvenice.com. Okay, I'm asking week liveinveniceweek.com. Sorry, because I'm a little bit confused. So too many things to do in these days, but I have my right and left hand, Sarah, behind the camera, who's helping me so much. So liveinveniceweek.com. You can find all the websites of all the people that we've been interviewing in these days and that we're going to interview all the way up to Sunday. Now I would like to move the camera so that you can see just a little bit what we have around here. So you understand how special this place is, the place where the Trabaccolo is docked. bit closer.
heart like that, just like that. I can lie, I'm
Okay.
control. I can make a song my bad, just like that.
Okay, so passami dietro, se riesci. Sorry, we're trying to find a spot, and I have to hold the tripod in my hands because we're on board, and there is no flat place in here where for the tripod to stand still. And Sarah is now holding both things. Okay, the two cameras that we have. So Sarah multitasking. Um, what? Yes. Okay. Let me just get the microphone. Martina, what do we see here? Where are we? What do we see from this spot?
Yes, this is the very entrance, the mouth of the Grand Canal. And this is the basin of Saint Mark. The most beautiful water square in the world, they say. No? The basin of Saint Mark with the Doge's Palace, the library by the corner, and the state mint where they used to make the coins called the Ducati and Zecchino d'Oro. Zecchino d'Oro. And yeah, yeah. Here in Venice, you could pay with gold. 3.5 grams, tiny little coin, but pure gold. And this is unique, almost unique, but also Florence. But anyway,
But is it true? You've mentioned the coins, but is it true that the Venetian zecchino, the Venetian gold coin, was recognized all throughout Europe, some sort of an international currency?
absolutely right. And I'll tell you more that when Vasco da Gama reached Goa for the first time in 1497, if I don't get wrong, he found by chance merchants in India of Arab origin, probably, having in their hands Venetian golden ducats. They had no idea where they were from, but because they were made of gold, they were used all around the world. And this is the proof.
So
The proof of how important was the Zecchino d'Oro.
Here we have, so you were saying the mint, the library,
Yeah,
the
the
domes
library.
of St. Mark's Basilica.
Absolutely.
Then we have a very interesting palace, the only actual palace in Venice. So the noise is from motorboats around. Sorry about that. We'll try to speak louder. So what about that palace?
Or the Doge's Palace. The Doge's Palace was the seat of the government. Not a royal palace, because we never had a king. This is very interesting. It was like a parliament with assembly rooms. This is the point. There is no room of the throne, for instance, just assembly rooms surrounded by beautiful paintings, meetings, and at the same time, as in the ancient medieval castles, it was also prison. To have everyone guarded 24 hours a day in the same place, also to save money. So now the prisons, since 1601, the prisons were built beside the Doge's Palace to the right, and they are connected by, very, very well, I bet you know, by the Bridge of Sighs. The Bridge of Sighs, very famous. So it's the same time, Doge, prison, assembly, parliament.
Can I ask, Sarah, could you turn the camera? Is it possible for you? Or let me just help you so that, again, we can have a view. Okay.
Look at the gondola.
Here we are. Okay, we have a ferry gondola, Martino's saying.
Yes, it's very nice. It's another old tradition in Venice. When you don't have a bridge like here, there are no bridges to connect the two sides of the Grand Canal. As always been like this, you can catch a ferry gondola, exactly like that one, which is actually called barchetta. Is the only kind of gondola to have two men rowing, and it's a ferry one still today. We Venetians pay 80 cents, the tourists pay €2, and they can cross the Grand Canal where there are no bridges. It's useful, it's cheap, and it's a traditional at the same time. And this is the longest fare you have of the many traghetti, of the many ferries across the Grand Canal. It's quite big, quite long rowing from Calle Valaresso to Salute, to Customs House, to the Punta della Dogana. Fine. That's Palazzo Giustiniano, the seat of the Biennale now, from the 1400s, the Hotel Bauer, and many other beautiful buildings.
Okay, this is the end already of our interview. Philippe, would you join us? Just peep in. Let's squeeze so that the cameras come closer, Martino, so that the camera can see all of us. Thank you so very much for having watched this live streaming event organized by SofaTour during the Live in Venice week. It's been a pleasure to show you a piece of Venice, another piece of monument. There are monuments that you don't expect to find in Venice. This is one of them. And please keep following us. It'll be a pleasure to show you much more up till Sunday. Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, see you on board the Nuovo Trionfo.
Yes, they're waiting for you. Ciao.
Always all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always all of the time. All the time. Collide with me, come high with me.
The last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch will be offered. Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice. Learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin. The art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board. The ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's
everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Venice. This is Live in Venice week and we are on our fourth day. Today we're gonna be talking about boats. So coming up
At 11 a.m., Nuovo Trionfo, the last trabaccolo in Venice. At midday, lunch with the author, Venetian writer Alberto Tosofei at Bistro de Venise. At 1 p.m., Row Venice, learn to row the Venetian way. At 2 p.m., Square Tramontin, the art of making gondolas in Venice. At 3 p.m., Venice on board, the ancient tradition of rowing in Venice. At 4 p.m., Il Forcolaio Matto, the art of making oarlocks in Venice. At 5 p.m., classic boats, going electric on the Lagoon of Venice. At 6 p.m., We Are Here Venice, how to do tourism in a sustainable way in Venice. At 7 p.m., Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calaffati Venezia, the oldest association in Venice.
Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep.
Per fortuna suonano ancora per un modo perché se ne cadono le campane. Noi abbiamo c'è il gestore del
Sì, sì, qua. Tanto abbiamo le campane. 20 minuti?
About.
Okay, I can talk. Okay. Hi everybody, as you can hear, it's midday and we are very close to St. Mark's Square, and this is Live-in-Venice Week by SofaTour. As you know, this is midday and is lunch with the offer. In a minute I will introduce you two of my icons, and this is probably my favorite appointment of the week. But before we do that, I want to show you something very special, if you can hear me, because the bells here are non-stopping. This is the Poeti al Bistro de Venise. This is the pride and joy of the owner of the restaurant Bistro de Venise. Here are the most famous poets passed through here and actually signed this book, because this is one of the historic places of Venice, and we're going to talk to Sergio Fragiacomo, the owner. 1 second, that we do a little bit of changing. Bear with us because we got 2 cameras and 1 cameraman. Cameraman woman, sorry. Okay, Sergio Fragiacomo.
Ciao.
And then we have Alberto Tosofei, that everybody knows. I mean, it's like, the institution of Venice. So, okay, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to speak to them both now. Grazie. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sergio, for offering this wonderful location. And thank you for the bells stuff ringing right now. I'm going to talk to you in a second about the bistro. Alberto, thank you, because I know you're always so busy. You're always Rome, Venice, going around the world.
Yep.
Always
I accept it only for the food of Sergio.
Okay, yes, of course. Yeah, because we all want to come. Okay, there was a queue of assistants that wanted to come to the bistro. One, to have, Alberto to meet, and 2, to try the food of the bistro. So we had to pick, and Rebecca won. Rebecca won. Okay, so in a second, we're going to talk about the history of food in Venice and the history of Venice. But first of all, Alberto, let's introduce first of all your book. So that's out of the way, because if time runs out, at least I've done my job. You just come out with another book.
Yeah, it's the new one.
Hmm?
I hate when they introduce me telling the last book.
Well, the last book
new,
of the many.
yeah.
Okay, yes, the new book.
It's the new book. It's Venice by number.
Okay.
It's unfortunately not still translated into English, but
we'll work on that.
Yeah,
okay.
hopefully it will come. And I choose to tell about Venice and its history by using numbers. The numbers of the history of Venice. A simple number. I mean, 120 doges in 1,100 years of a republic, or numbers a little more funny or complicated, like 11,654. It's the official number of the courtesans of Venice.
Okay.
Following Marin Sanudo, is one of the best-known chronists in the just after the Middle Age.
Paying or without paying the taxes, these courtesans, I mean the numbers.
and so on and on. And so by using number, you can really, you have the whole history of the town in front of you. So it's an easy book, I would say. It's short stories, but very,
intense. I think it's also a very novelty way to present Venice, because, everybody writes down books. Everybody writes histories and blah, blah, blah. But with numbers is something strange. Also for kids as well. This is interesting for children.
Yeah. Why not? Make boys and girls more than children.
But the most important number, 1600.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's a legend. It's right to say before.
Yeah, just before everybody starts going like, it's not true.
It's not historic, but from a certain moment in the history, Venetians decided to give themselves a kind of birthday for the town, like Rome.
Yeah, exactly.
And the birthday of Venice is March 25th, 421. So in 2021, we are celebrating Beh, cos'è 1600?
1600.
Okay, 16.
So complicated in English.
16,100, I don't know.
No,
Anyway.
1600.
Okay.
1600.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah. No, I'm right. I'm always right. No.
So it's an important,
Yeah.
moment. It's of course I was stimulated by this, and I decided. For example, the first number I use inside is 0.
Okay.
It's
When
0.
is everything
Yeah,
starts?
yes. It's before everything starts.
Right.
And I was.
Oh yeah. Before entry.
And
Okay.
using 0, I'm explaining why Venetian choose this particular day. It was the day of the Annunciation. It's the day in which the angel came to the Virgin, telling her she will be, the Mother of God. And that is the day in which the town, became stone, like Christ became flesh. In that same day, the town became stone, became something real. And starting from this date, March 25th, is present in a lot of places in town, into the Arsenale, on the Rialto Bridge, and the Salute Church. So in a so important moment and hard moment in the history of the town during the plague. So the first brick was put down March 25th, 1630.
Wow. Okay. So it's a number that keeps coming
Yeah,
back.
but
Keeps coming back.
it's symbolic,
Yeah.
of course. But it's a very important symbol.
So you are in Italiano is Cantastorie, the storyteller of Venice, because your books are not just based on history, but it's also on the storytelling,
Yeah,
the oral storytelling of a
yeah,
city.
on legends, on myth.
Yeah.
They are so important to me. I was born several years ago.
1600.
In Murano.
We were yesterday in Murano.
Yeah,
It's
and when I
amazing.
was a child, I was so accustomed to listen stories told by old people. And I realized later, when I was at the university, how beautiful those stories were, and they still were living inside me. I really bring it into my heart for years. And but I realized the most important things that those stories were not written anywhere, and so they really risk to be lost forever. And so I decided to collect them by using my memory, by interviewing people, and to put down in the first book. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my God, it's
But
already
20 years ago, it was my first book, but it took 9 years to write it.
Wow.
Because I didn't know I would have wrote a book.
Yeah. Of course, you just put things down and eventually turn into a book.
And I'm so proud, despite the value, the literary value of my books, I'm so proud of the preservation of these stories. They are legends, they are curiosities, they are people say that, but they are so important in the determination, in the preservation of the memory, and in the determination of the identity of a place, of people who live in that place. It's really an heritage, immaterial heritage that we fortunately preserve.
Do you think also that Venice, since what it's been, for so many years, this multicultural center, it also was maybe richer than other cities with these kind of legends? Because of course you had those of the people living here, but also legends coming from people coming to the city.
Yeah. One of the numbers inside the book is 1,000.
Oh, okay.
And 1,000 is symbolic, is the voices, the architecture, the arts, the knowledges who came from everywhere in this town and became Venetian.
Yes.
The strongest side of this town, in my opinion, is really this, to take the best of every coming from everywhere, to mix here and to make it become Venetian.
And I think it's very funny that Venice is such a multicultural city based on multicultural stuff, and the Venetian at the same time are so
very like I'm Venetian.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not Venetian. You're a mix of
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
that came
You are
into the
a
city.
result
Of
of a millennial,
exactly.
of exchanges, international
I
exchanges.
know, I find it very fascinating. So, you are a storyteller of a city, and Sergio, you are a storyteller of food, of historic food in Venice. I mean, at least for me, because I mean, now I know Sergio for a while, but when I first met him years ago, I think it was about 12, 13 years ago, he was like, "Oh, you're going to Sergio for Giacomo's?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, he's got all the books." I mean, how many old books about food have you got in your library?
Well, I don't want to exaggerate, but at least 20 very precise books that report the history of Venetian cuisine in Venice. And we started just for joke 21 years ago because a very good friend of mine was Marcello Brusagan, the vice director of the Biblioteca Marciana, that introduced me a French writer that was going to prepare the book of the ancient cuisine of Roma,
Okay.
the Apiccio cuisine. She edited a book of the Cucina di Apiccio in Rome, and she was intended to do something the same in Venice. So Marcello knew that I was trying to discover something. And for all my friends or restaurant manager of the city, I was a crazy one at that time. Maybe they probably are changing. Yeah, probably yes, but they're changing their mind slowly, slowly. It takes time. And so we decided with this French writer to prepare a book on Venetian cuisine with old recipes and recent recipes that belong to the history of the food. Venetian means no Venetians itself, but Venetian means kind of many hands working on. The Turkish, the Armenian, the Jewish.
Like we were just saying with
whatever.
the people, with the food as well.
In effect, there is the first edition of, let's say, original Venetian recipe book. Is the one of Anonimo Veneziano, Cuoco Anonimo Veneziano, which is at the end of the 13th century. And it reports Venetian because it's written in old style Venetian dialect.
That is very readable.
Which is still very readable, not exactly for the quantity of the ingredients.
Oh yeah, that's
but for
already
the till the Renaissance time there was no measure of the quantity. Anyway, it's a hit of something that we're still eating at this time.
Yes, is some of the recipes you made them.
We still do them. Some are very, very close to our not our taste, which was much stronger in the past, but it gives a mind of what the mix of culture was in the past times.
One thing that when I first saw, that I remember, it was actually you telling me to go and look for that, because I remember coming here, you introduced me to the historic book, and so I went to look for it.
Yeah.
And what I was really shocked is the amount of spices that were used.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember until about 10, 15 years ago, spices in Venice kind of disappeared in the local cuisine. Now they come back.
True, yeah.
So for me to see curry, I go like, curry? Curry?
Many,
it was really
sorts of pepper, which was, something very precious. The family was passing to the sons, because it was very durable in the time, so there was no risk to damage the flavor now we try to use spices, but we realize that if someone comes here want to finish its meal and want to enjoy it, so we try to give a memory of the past times. And mostly for one of the more representative dishes, which is the original sao, the original one, which is slightly different from the
common
one, the
contemporary,
common one,
yes.
the one we are using now. And well, we decided to start, and once we started, I discovered a world of curiosity. We tried many dishes with luck. With no luck.
Of course. Well, trial and error.
Yeah, well, there was something very, very, very curious. Fritelle da Imperador, I remember. Then
You still make them?
it's difficult. It's difficult to.
Yeah, remember it was on your
to
menu,
keep it
yeah.
on the menu. Yeah, we kept it for several times. And many others, some soap, many soaps. We're still doing something. The ravioli,
Yes.
which is still going on because we started 20 years ago,
And
and we
that's
have
very-
it on the menu.
And it's very interesting that they are with ravioli, but are
Yeah.
associated with,
Yeah.
you know, in Romagna, definitely no Veneto.
But ravioli was a kind of pasta stuff
Exactly.
everywhere, I would
Exactly.
say. No, for a period. So, and we started to do that by forcing the chefs to try something new because it was a battle, it was a fight, you know.
It's interesting
But-
because you're both doing in your own field the same thing. You are preserving something that is slowly, you know, in a way it was kind of disappearing, but you are preserving in a way.
It's incredible how the city like that it didn't, how do you say, give value to these roots, you know, gastronomic roots. There are just a very few samples that reminds to the back time. I mean, the vivo in salsa,
Yes.
sao, and
Because they're part of the
the
tradition,
artichokes,
everybody,
and it's not the discovery of the populations that was in town. Well, the Jewish ghetto now they still do something that we try to repropose in a certain period of the year, and it's the frozen sal, the pasta ioca.
Oh yeah.
And I just had the original recipe from Giulia, what's her name? Giulia Ascoli. And I have the book of the Jewish traditions in Italy, and some of the recipes belong to the local community. And one of these is still made in January for a certain period, and we repropose it a bit longer for 3 months because we change the offer every 3-4 months, and we keep it in our menu regularly every year, but in winter. And it's very curious. The sweet and sour, it's a part of the theme,
of course. No, it's tradition.
I would add
I was
a
going to ask
concept
you something.
about
Yeah.
what you told about you know the similarity.
Yeah. Of what you both doing
of our
in your own
activity,
field.
you know.
Yeah.
It's not only the discovery of the past, you know, and the reproposal of the past.
No, it's a
the
preservation,
improvement.
yeah.
Yes, it's preservation of a memory, but it's also a contemporary reproposition.
Yeah, of course.
You know, because you have to translate it in a modern language.
Yes.
In the case of Sergio, is a food, but has to be transformed, starting from the tradition. It's not betraying the tradition.
No.
It's
Absolutely.
respecting it.
It's evolving. You
Yeah,
have to evolve.
in the same line of time. For my stories, is the same. You know, stories are not old. They are simply ancient.
Yes.
And you have to find a way, you know, to propose them in the most modern way by using social, by using, you know, all the offer that technology is going to give you.
I think also what you are doing, you both doing. Oh, rats! Oh, by the way, I just said a couple
Just
of.
a minute.
I
Give
just
us
said.
a minute.
Sorry, I just said. Sergio, just a couple of cheesecake, you know, to color the table. Sorry, scusami, devo fare una cosa. I'm so sorry, guys. But now you know. No, I come and get it. No, you're not coming. I'll bring it.
Now you know why I picked. Now you know why I picked the midday lunch, and I left it for myself to do. So this is a selection of your best. Sorry.
Well, there's
Can you see? Don't, because I don't want to drop anything. I don't want to drop a plate, mainly.
Yeah, in a place
Okay.
made by glass.
Murano, sì, by glass, yeah, esatto. Oh, and before I do that, I just want to show you something else. Scusami se... Oh là là.
Lasciamolo, ma facciamolo qua.
Possiamo
guarda.
togliere anche qua, guarda, togliamo qui un attimino e così facciamo porta pure via. Anche. Wow! Allora. Sì.
Beh, insomma,
Alberto Toso Fai said to me, I'm not doing the cicchetti, I'm going to bistro.
can we also talk with a mouthful of? You don't mind, all
It's
right?
I look at the food, I'll ask you the questions, or whatever. So Sergio,
You
what
just enjoy yourself.
Yes,
okay?
Becca, don't worry, we are. And yes, guys, we are testing for you. I'm doing testing. I'm only testing. Sergio, what are we having here?
Well, I see. I just tell the chef, it's a very young chef, but very, very expert, I would say, with important experiences to two stars restaurants. And we have the Capasanta with the Saint Jacques, with I guess some
Scallop.
Scallop. Yes.
Yeah, asparagus.
Just pan oven.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is the way to present our saor, which
So the
is
sweet and sour sour, the famous
yeah,
sweet and sour sour.
which is the only piece that goes back to the past times on this dish.
Because I can see it's orange.
Yeah, it's true that because the spices were very molto importanti, and they were used to combine the flavors and maybe also to preserve the
Yes. And also cover the smell.
yeah. And there was the almonds, spices, almonds, and pepper in a quantity much different from what it's now, because we use now the peanuts
Yes.
instead of the almonds,
Okay.
and no what to say, no spices at all.
And then we got
Well,
some kind of a
Now you
chip.
talk about it.
So
yeah.
Alberto is already deciding whichever event Monica is going to
I'm
invite
the
me in the
official
future.
taster.
Yeah, and,
They speak, I eat.
and he's
Yeah.
already deciding whichever event Monica is going to call me. I'm just going to say yeah automatically.
No, and the
Approved.
rest is very fresh, very
And then,
summer
This is
suggestion. This
it-
is smoked, I guess, eel.
Okay.
Smoked eel
Okay.
that we use to prepare
And
our risotto.
and people don't actually realize that the eel in Veneto and in Venice is
Very-
a dish really popular
Absolutely.
amongst the let's say, I can't say commoners, but let's say the normal,
the
you know,
normal,
the
absolutely.
normal people. It's part of the tradition of Venice.
In Murano,
Yeah.
where it's
You do it inside the oven, don't
inside
you?
the oven.
Come again si chiama il bisato?
Risato solare.
Esatto. Yeah. So
It's a common dish for Christmas time.
do you want to explain how it's prepared? Because it's so
It's pretty simple. So
Oh no, I know, but
I don't know all the ingredients, but you took the eel, you cut it into pieces, but not separated.
Yeah.
And then you put oil, salt, and lavrano.
Lauro.
Okay. Loro.
Loro. Okay.
Loro.
And then you simply put into the oven when you normally not used by the glass.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, because it would be
Is it the oven that's used to temper down the
exactly
glass?
both,
Okay.
exactly both.
Yeah.
So it's 100.
No, 500. I discovered
Yeah,
yesterday.
sorry.
They go from 7 to 5 and slow down. I learned my lesson
But
yesterday.
you don't put,
Signoretto, you'll be pleased of me.
you don't put into the 500 section.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
In
But
the entrance,
I remember seeing, watching a program about it. They were saying that they used to do this very regularly, and it was a food that they was cooked in the furnace for everybody working in the furnace.
yes.
Very
and
easy
that-
to prepare.
Yeah.
It was just
Yeah.
the fish.
You know, you take the fish, you
The water, the salt water of the lagoon,
Yeah.
and laurel. That's it.
Because people don't probably. I mean, I've been trying to explain this to people so many times, even to people that know about food, but they don't deal with Venetian food. That they, above all, maybe from Anglo-Saxon countries, they're used to food to be very with strong flavors. And when they come to Venice, they find that it's very plain. And what we don't understand, maybe of Venetian cooking, is not plain. It has one main ingredient.
it's flavorful.
And he has one main ingredient that must be extremely fresh. And everything else that goes with it is just to help bring out the flavor, not to cover the flavor.
Hopefully, it's like that in Italy at least. And
Yeah,
we
but
try
particularly, I think particularly of Venice, I find it that sometimes, we don't use so much peppers, strong things
No,
on top.
it's true. I mean, we've lost the tradition of the spices. And bring it back very strongly. It's quite difficult, and that's why we moderate the
But we are
quantity,
also,
and
but we are also
we
lucky
just
that
give an idea that it was in the past. It was like that. There is a long story about this dish. Try to imagine what people were used to eating, how they were used to eat in the past.
Yeah,
This
of
is
course. We did have
kind
fridges.
of memoria, no?
Yeah.
Viva, memoria viva. We try to keep that.
But are we also lucky that, I mean, you particularly, you use produce, from our
Locals, yes,
territory.
of course.
And we are very lucky that the territory of the Veneto has got not just Venice, but also the mainland. We're really lucky that we got so much varieties,
Pretty rich,
so much slow food as well as in,
but vegetable, meat,
Yeah.
Vegetables.
and
yeah.
so they don't need to
Wine.
be covered. Oh my God, vabbè, we don't even go there. I covered you Monday. Okay. So talking about, today we're talking about boats in Venice as a day dedicated to we worded it wrong. It should have been the day to water because it's not just about boats. So talking about the Lagoon of Venice. I want to hear, obviously, from the point of view of football, coming back to you, Lagoon of Venice. I told you before, can you row? Because you don't have to assume that a Venetian can row a boat. He can. So what did you actually do? Apart from the book for the 25 years, what did you actually do?
No, I can row because
I know you can.
but because I was born in an island, so
You had to. If you wanted to come to Venice, you had to
a
row.
little bit constrict. But the truth is, I started again to row 1 month ago, about 2 months ago.
Only a couple of years after you stopped.
but just after more than 30 years.
Wow.
Because life brings you.
Yeah, of course. And in Rome, I don't think there is much rowing, is there?
No, nothing but ever. And exactly for the birthday of the town, I asked a good friend of mine. He's a rower, a good rower.
And he's a very good photographer, very good.
Maurizio Rossi.
And an ex-champion.
Yeah. And he took me, of course, on a boat. We row early in the morning of March 25th.
On the Grand Canal.
On the Grand Canal. And I never, because when I was young, I was rowing in the island, in the lagoon, but never inside Venice.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God!
Because my world was the lagoon, the northern lagoon.
But I don't know. Isn't it more scary going from Murano to Venice on the open lagoon than on the Canal Grande?
No, it's a pleasure.
No, it's because it's deeper. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a swimmer, so I'm a countryside girl.
But if you row in a canal, of course, it's deep. But if
but can maybe touch the
but,
bottom.
but Venetian boats are made, to go to play on the lagoon a few centimeters of water.
Yeah,
they are made
we're going to Square. We're going to Square Tramontin
for
later
that
on
reason.
after this, and we're going to Associazione.
All the boats are flat.
Yeah, that for that reason. Yeah.
And the lagoon was the fridge of Venice historically, because fishes, because birds, because vegetables in the the islands.
And let's explain, Voga La Veneta is a totally different stuff
Yeah,
from Rome and
many
anywhere
people,
else.
you know, I'm an absolute collector of everything about Venice, also coming from other person. And for example, the representation, which is very funny, the representation of the gondolas are pretty.
Not even go to Las Vegas.
Yeah,
Let's not even go there.
by fantasy. And and every time the Venetian rower, you know, are sketched like this.
Yes.
Like they would put on
like,
the bottom of the canal.
Like in
you know.
Cambridge, isn't it?
Yeah,
The Cambridge
yeah.
Oxford style, yeah.
And it is,
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, okay. The Scottish woman at the back there is going like a
and it is not so. As you know, the rope never touch the bottom, you know.
Yeah.
But it moves only inside the water, getting in and out, or staying in if you are rowing only with one row.
Yeah, because you got two different styles. You got
Yeah.
Voga La Veneta, but then you also got the Valesana,
Yeah,
right?
it depends. Only you can, for example, the gondolier, you know, move a boat that it's 11 meters long.
And
with
quite
one,
heavy as well.
one row, standing on one
See,
side.
we go actually have a gondolier just passing by here, but we're not going to stop. He said, no, I'm not going to talk to you.
And it's not easy. It's easy when you learn, of course. But when you push, the boat is going to go. You know, yes.
Yeah, well, so you can see it's only, yes. Yes,
It's going to go at your left.
Yes.
And so you have to keep the rope inside and getting back, giving another kind of opposite push,
of course.
because the boat have to stay, to follow.
Yeah, he's got to be straight. Yeah, of course.
It's an art. It's really an art.
I know.
It's another part of this invisible heritage.
Yes.
Also, rowing is different than in every other side of the world.
And there is the secret of the bottom of the gondola gives this opportunity to row this way, one way left and the other way to keep it right, because it's made in a very special way, and this was a secret for the Venetians. For the,
Right.
You will go to a master of four.
Are they going to Square Tramontina after this, I think it is, or soon after? And we're going to Piero Dri for the Forcola?
You went
Yeah.
or you will?
We're going to? Yeah,
Okay,
we're going to as
because
well.
you will see the forcolas.
Yes, oh yeah.
With this incredible shape. It is used in many different
I know.
ways, you know, to backward, forward, you know, left, right.
I know. We're talking about the Orlock. I remember first time I interviewed Piero, was like, I was trying to get, why are they all differences? Because each one is personal. And I'm going, well, how can you have each one? Because it depends on how tall you are, if you know, so many
And
different.
every kind of traditional boat.
And the boats and the wood that he uses, because according to the wood, it's not. It's an art. I know, it's incredible.
very unique, very unique. Yeah.
And that's what we was trying to show to people, this profound link that Venice has with water. Is not, you know, in the imaginary of everybody is Venice gondolas. Okay, yes, we know, but it's not. The gondolas are, well, a lot of people don't know is that gondolas weren't what they are now. They used to be the means of transport of poor people. They used to carry the, you know,
one of the most ancient. You know, the first written documents speaking about a gondolam, was of the year 1039.
wow.
So about a millennium ago.
And these relations with water is also very important for the food.
Yeah, of course.
Because
There are many traditions that disappeared. For example, I remember when I was a boy, we were used to go to Busi da Go.
okay,
Yeah, the go is the go pius, the kind of local fish that was fished in the lagoon with huge quantities. And now, if you go to the Rialto fish market, it's hard to find it, and it's very expensive. Anyway, this kind of fishing mode was to find the holes on the mud
yes,
in a 20 centimeters water to stop the entrance, and on the other side, the guys were going inside to catch the fish and take it out. it was very, very deep tradition. There was the people very expert by going to Musidago, Giudecca and the islands most of all. Now it doesn't exist.
It's a bit like with the Moiche. You only have
Like the
two
Moiche.
left, one or two
Well,
left. Moicari.
There are more than
Bonniero, la Giudecca.
And then
Bonniero.
one in Murano. Yeah.
in Murano, the cooperativa, but there are others that do it and
But
they pass
still,
it to the
you know.
very, very poor, very difficult.
When I was young, I was going to fish go
Ah, sì.
by using pipes.
Pipes.
Tubi della stufa.
Come dici stufa? Heating
Stove?
stove, yeah, stove
Yeah,
pipes.
the stove pipes, you know? Because at that time, we, for example, had a stove.
Yeah, of course.
And so the old pipes we used to collect them
Yeah.
and to put inside the water,
Okay.
going by rowing.
Yeah.
I
By the
was-
way, we're talking about you go in the area where the water
Just,
was
yeah,
low.
yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah.
Okay, well, even where you can go.
In the northern side
Yeah.
of the lagoon.
Because
we
let's
were,
explain one
you know-
thing about the Lagoon of Venice. It's there is what's particular about the Lagoon of Venice. It's not just one deep lagoon. It's a lagoon that is made of higher ground, lower ground,
Yeah.
higher ground, lower ground. So even for the fisher born there is very, very particular. So it's easy also. You can go, you can see, you're passing with a water bus and all of a sudden you see a person standing in the middle of water. He goes, oh my God, it's Jesus. That's a bit weird.
And we were, I was 12 or 13, you know, and we used to put down these pipes and putting a signal, a small signal, something that can float,
Yeah.
you know, and going back the
Hours,
day
yeah.
after, no, the
Oh,
day after,
really?
2 days
Yeah.
after, no.
Certo.
And with two
Okay.
small nets,
Yeah.
you know, bringing into the boat inside normally there were,
And did your mom make risotto with it?
of course.
Oh wow! Okay. Now that I got the expert, let's explain everybody why the risotto di go is so good, but also why it's not easy to make. It takes.
Takes time, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
The Gobius has many, how do you say, spin?
Bones.
Bones, many bones.
Tin ball.
Yeah.
Tin
Tiny,
bones.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot.
And it's very
So-
small. It's not very
Yeah.
big.
Yeah, depends.
See, but it's not like
depending on-
you get
no,
fish like that.
of
We're
course,
talking
no,
about
it's
small
that size,
fish.
now 50
By the time you
centimeters.
cook it, no fish.
Yeah, but so you have to filter
All the bones. You know.
all the bones and then keep it in time to cook the risotto. You cannot make big quantity and keep it there. Well, now you can also frozen it and put it and
Okay.
take out
Vabbè.
and take out what you need for the restaurant. But my wife, for example, doesn't make it anymore.
Okay.
She was used to do it in the past. But
She
it's
said,
also
you go
difficult.
to the restaurant, make it your own restaurant.
But it's also difficult to find the gobbies.
Yeah, of course.
Good ones,
You
know?
got a chef, ask your chef.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you pay, so you know, bloody hell.
And we also in the houses in our homes we've lost kind
Yes.
of doing something.
We don't
that
have time
takes
anymore.
time.
Yeah. There is no
Because
time.
it takes time.
Yeah.
Takes
And
time.
all the old women, I know my grandma, to filter the bones,
Yeah.
were using the female socks.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Brown,
oh,
the
the
column,
tights, the tights.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
So
yes.
put
Yeah.
the fish just
Yeah, of course.
cooked,
That's a smart idea.
then, you know,
Okay, yeah, that's a smart idea.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Have we got any questions, by the way? Oh my God, she's there going, I've got a million questions, and I'm totally
No, we've
ignoring
got
them.
about 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
so I'll
okay,
jump
let's
in
do
with
the
a
questions,
question. Well, I have a question myself, first of all, about the numbers in your book. How did you discover all these numbers? Don't tell me you counted well.
yeah, but
As the years went by,
No,
you
no,
know,
I didn't discover nothing. I simply choose. They are million, and so I simply choose. You know, but for me, not personally, the best number I could
That's
imagine to
interesting.
tell by using them to tell about the history of the town. So it was not a research. It was a choice.
Okay. And again, about your books and numbers, we have a question that it's very hard to remember dates and artistic information. How do you improve your memory, your skill at repeating these numbers when you're doing live events, when you're doing
He doesn't.
presentations?
He doesn't. He has a piece of paper with the numbers.
You have it written on your hand.
I have tattoos.
He's got idea.
In winter, it's a problem. No, the truth is, I specialized my mind to do it, but ask me, to go out and buy 2 breads, and I will forget it after 1 minute.
But he'll come back
Yeah.
with the books.
I could remember, the sequence of the whole history of battles of a 16th century naval battle, but I can't remember,
But the shopping
inside the
list,
shop what I was commanded to buy.
Any other question? Okay, so I got a question for you about this book here that we were talking about. We show right at the beginning. So,
All right.
I introduced you as your baby.
Yeah,
I mean, you
it's
got
true,
babies, you
it's
got
true.
children, but this is your baby,
Yeah.
this is your pride and joy. So, tell us a bit about it.
Well, first of all, I have to explain why the name Bistro de Venise,
Yeah, oh, yes, please.
which
So
is
that way,
the-
that's an occasion for me, Alberto, carry on eating.
which
You
is
go.
the reason why we have that book and many other stories about that. So, in the 90s, early 90s, when Bistro de Venise was born, there was nothing to combine with the sense of culture and food in Venice. And I decided the Baccarat time was not yet well known, but Baccarat doesn't mean culture. Baccarat means just have a glass of wine with staying together, nothing more than that. And it's very recent. The history of Baccarat doesn't go back to the past Renaissance time, but it's end of the 19th century in Rialto, I would say. Anyway, I was closing my story with the first pub in Venice, because in the 80s I opened the first pub in Venice.
Oh, wow.
So as I'm a bit crazy and curious, I decided to try to organize a place where people can meet each other and taste food, wine, and a bit of local culture.
Yeah, and so,
So-
not just meeting each other, intellectual could meet each other.
Yes, of course.
It wasn't just about eating and drinking, but
No,
they
no,
could
no, no.
exchange ideas. But yeah, of course, that's partial.
Why-
I was obvious,
I created a group of friends. One was very deep involved with the poetry, the other one with paintings, with critics, but people close to me for the age, not very official authorities in this sense. And we started to make a program, to organize a program. In the 94, we opened the bistro in 93. In the 94, we decided to print the program, which is still going on since 27 years.
Yeah, okay.
Every year we organize a
you got
program of events.
So you got exhibitions because you have people.
Art exhibitions, photograph exhibitions, poetry,
book signing,
poetry, and we had, I would say, well, Aldo Vianello was one of the first that wrote something on our book, and many others, Japanese, French, the American Jack Hirschman was here for the conference, and she was invited by local associations that I gave the opportunity to organize something, something like 40, 50 events in a season, no? And the problem was to organize it in advance.
Yeah, of course.
And have it printed. It was not very easy at the beginning. Then I had the help and the cooperation of these groups of people that still now are helping me to organize and put together the program. And it's a hard job at the beginning. Now it's easy, but at least one afternoon in the week for 6 7 months is given. The space is given to local people, to friends, and to stay together 1 hour, 1 hour and a half at a time.
talk about books.
Well, most of all, very important
eat.
was the history. Well, no, it's just a hidden corner to discover the local people. So we have very autorevoli storici della città di Venezia that came here to talk about the history of Venice, like Alberto, and very important photographers from the region and Italian ones. And so it keeps going. I want to keep.
You kept to the name easily because a bistro, a French bistro.
You see, the French bistro. I
don't
forgot to tell you that the bistro, because it was an idea of the Café Littéraire of Parigi at the beginning of the 20th century, and I thought it was the good way to introduce that sense of
Yes.
food and culture.
Yeah, of course.
And now we have something like 20 bistro in Venice, which are not exactly the same, but just put the name because it's
not
common.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
This is the program with the past program,
Yeah,
but
of course, because this year
we had big troubles, and
course.
we just made at the beginning something, the first ones, and then we left it because it was
Alberto,
not
next
possible.
book, you know where to come.
Of course.
Now you tried the food as well. Okay, any other questions? Guys, I don't know how to. Oh, they just started. But I can carry on if you want. But we actually dined to eat the food, to be honest with you. Guys, I don't know how to thank you so much. This was one of the best talks we had. Oh yeah, of course. We've got other people coming up. Oh yeah, just in here. You want to talk more? If you want to talk more, Rebecca's got plenty to ask if you want. No, we're closing up because we're gonna have some other people talking after.
Yeah.
And anyway, you already got the fans waiting for you guys. Well, look at that. He's got the groupies, okay? They're waiting for. So, sono le fans di Alberto. The word goes around, you know.
Okay.
Guys, thank you so much. It was a lovely talk with you.
Grazie,
And
Rebecca.
you know,
Alberto.
so
Piacere.
keep watching because today is dedicated to water, the lagoon, the boats, and the Venetian first of all. Thank you so much for watching, and we see you tomorrow at midday. Ciao, ciao.
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 Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say you do at night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change the throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they let me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. You're in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. You're in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. You're in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. You're in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in me, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better than incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you all know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep. With us it's all or nothing. Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
Che dice? Il telefonino non c'entra niente, quell'altro ora che deve funzionare.
Non... Qui c'è un air, live, ci siete.
Ah, dici quando si appare nel grande
Sì, sì,
schermo.
ci siete nel grande schermo. In quello grande e in quello piccolo, in entrambi.
Ah. Ciao, buongiorno everybody. My name is Cinzia. I'm a tourist guide here in Venice. And today is the day of boats, Venetian boats. I'm in a special place. It's a square. Tramontin Square. Tramontin is the family name. And what's a square? A square is a small boatyard where Venetian boats are made and repaired, especially gondolas. When you think about Venice, you think about gondolas. And here we have Elena. I'm going to interview her, and go Elena together with his sister Elisabetta are the owners of this amazing place. So Elena, I'm very glad to be here. And before starting walking about about the gondola and so on, we would like to know something about the history of your family, the tradition, and so on.
So, welcome in our square. This place was founded by our great grandfather, Domenico, in the 2nd February 1884. And after him, there was Giovanni, our grandfather, Nedis, and our dad, Roberto. And when happened, he passed away, we decided to continue our tradition because we think it is important to keep alive a place like this, a history like this. So me and my sister, we start to work here. Before we never worked with our dad.
Okay.
So it was a big challenge for us. We are not able to build that gondola. For now, we are not able to build a gondola. So we make a repair, we make a story of the gondola, we repaint, and we welcome people who want to discover a place, original place of Venice. My father was 20 years that he makes the visit here.
So I knew obviously your father because he was very famous here, not only here in Venice, but I think everywhere in the world because he made actually very elegant tramontin, let's say tramontin gondolas. And who helped your father? Who had the
My father learned
who
by my grandfather.
Yes.
My father started to work here when he was very young, at 16 years old.
16?
Yes.
Wow.
And he started with my grandfather, and when my grandfather passed away, he continues this tradition.
And everybody working with your father, they were men. Mm-hmm. You are ladies. You are the first women, the first ladies
who runs place like this. Yes, we are the first because we are two sisters. My father have only 2 girls, and yeah, we are the first one and the owner of this and all place like this. And yes, we are so proud about what our family did in the time, and also about the gondola. We love this place, we love the gondola, we love the history, and for us it's normal because we grow up in this place.
So but, did you come here when you were?
Sometimes yes, we come here to.
Really?
Yes,
okay. Looking at your husband working.
Yes, but also to say hello to that.
Okay. So, what does it mean for you? I mean, in the artisan world, let's say, being do this kind of job and carried out by men until until you here in Venice. Was it hard to start or not?
No, I don't think this was hard because we are two women. I don't think this is the problem. The problem was that we never worked in a place like this. In this job, it was normal that people say, "You're sure you're able to do this or not?" Also, we we asked each other like we are able to do this or not. But we decided to do this because we was natural to continue for us.
And so here we are, right, you are very close to a gondola.
Yes.
And if you want, could you please tell something about the gondola? And do you remember the first gondola, Tramontine gondola, when it was made? The very, very first gondola, more or less?
So I think it's when they founded this place, so more than 100 years
Wow.
ago. But one of the oldest gondola in Venice, Tramontina, is in a private palace and was made by Domenico, the founder of this place.
Okay.
But if you want to see another gondola made here for the King of Italy, because my family was the official maker.
Really?
Yes.
Of the royal family?
Yes, Savoia.
Okay.
And the last gondola made for the king is in the courtyard of the Doge's Palace.
Of the Doge's Palace,
Yeah.
okay. So, we see here a gondola.
Seems bigger than in the water.
Yeah, for sure. All the gondolas have the same dimensions?
Yes, it's more or less 11 meter.
11 meter
Yeah.
long, okay.
And but the particular is the asymmetrical of the gondola because it is
Because,
only one man that drives the gondola. So the gondola is asymmetrical for this reason because the gondola is on the back when he drives.
I don't know if you can just, I move so. Elena says that the gondolier stays here on the right, on the back side. Okay.
When he drives, the gondola goes to the left.
Okay.
This side is more curved than that one. So when the water touches this side, push the gondola to the right, and this part when the gondola goes straight with only one man.
So all the gondolas are black.
Yes.
You know, could you tell us the reason why?
Yeah, because it was a law. It was in the middle of the 1572.
In 1572, yeah.
Exactly. And the Doge that had to stop a competition between the family because every family had their own gondola, la gondola di Casada, and between the family was a competition.
Mm-hmm.
So for stop this competition, they decided black will give a low profile but elegant to the gondola. Yeah, so now the gondola is black.
And all the gondolas have only this kind of, let's say, decoration.
Il ferro da
What is
gondola.
it? It's called the ferro da gondola. And could you please tell us something about the ferro of gondola? Because, I mean, in the past times, I think it was in iron, made of iron.
Yes.
Nowadays, is in
Steel.
It is steel. Okay.
Yeah, this is a protection of this place. There is not a historical meaning.
Okay.
After time, they will give a meaning of the iron. This represents Venice. They say. These six are the district of Venice, San Marco, Dorsoduro, different. This one is the Giudecca Island. This is the Doge's Hat,
Yeah.
Rialto Bridge. This big S is the Grand Canal. One here is brick, but there is 1, 2, and 3 nail decorated that represent the 3 islands of Venice, Murano, Murano, and Torcello.
In the north part of the Venetian
Yeah,
group.
exactly.
Okay, so lots of, let's say, meanings, you want only decoration.
Yes. And the gondola is particularly it's made in wood. It's 8 different kind of wood.
8.
8 different kind of wood.
Everything is made by hand. So.
Yes. Still now there is the cantieri, il cantiere, la forma dove si inizia a costruire le gondole.
The shape.
Esatto. The shape that where we started to build the gondola is the same made by Domenico. So the piece of wood where we started still now to build the gondola at 137 is the same.
The same one.
Yes.
It's still it is here.
Yeah. Behind this gondola.
And you start from the bottom?
Yeah. No.
No.
You start from the maestre.
Okay.
And after there is the side, after the top, at the end there is the bottom.
There's a question from you.
Yeah, another question, yeah.
So how did you feel about this? How to continue this tradition of your family as a woman?
No, I told you before, I'm so proud about my family, what my family did for also for the history of Venice. So we are so proud. So for this reason, we want to continue. So we keep alive this place because for us it's important, and not only for us.
For sure. Another one.
Another one. How much visitors did you usually get during the pre-COVID?
Not a lot, because we want to discover a real place. So there is not a lot. So because we prefer to welcome someone who want to discover real something real. So not a lot because the first is the work. The other is
A question by me. When we had here in Venice in 2019, the very, very high tide on November the 12th, what happened here?
there was water everywhere. It was a terrible night.
Huh. Did you come here during the night?
Yes, I come here, and when I heard the sirene, I start to come. And when I arrive, there was water everywhere, more or less like this here.
Oh, wait.
No, okay. Just I mean, yeah, so half a meter.
Yeah, fino al ginocchio.
Okay, until the knees. And so, how many items floating? Lots of.
All
A
was
disaster.
yes, it was dark because the public light was turned off. There was a wind, a terrible wind, and it was a very. But at the end, I say, okay, I will see tomorrow. The next morning, I come here.
And how long did you take for? I mean,
A lot
restarting?
of we lose a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Also for work. So the step by step we slowly make all right now. But it was very hard. But sempre il lato positivo. Always
The positive
side. This
side
is
of the
important.
life.
Yes.
For sure. Oh, yeah, positive.
We are lucky because the gondola floated, so there was a gondola, so the gondola.
It's not a problem, but okay. This is, I mean, you're a positive person, so
Always, yes.
always,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
for sure. How old are you, Elena?
34 in a while.
Wow. In June?
In June, at the end of
Oh,
June.
in June. So happy birthday in advance, but not okay. So I see something. If you come here, Elena, I see something suspended here on the left. You face it. That is, packed with plastic.
Yeah, because
What
the
is
dust.
it?
This is the a felze.
Felze.
Felze was the old cabin used in the winter for protect to keep warm. And this is very very special because this was of the Queen Margherita.
Margherita.
Yes, it's all carved by Besarel. It's one of the most important carver. And they have original Veneziane, original glass.
Yes.
This is all original.
Wow, I still here. It's a piece of.
It's a piece of history.
I think that coming here, it's a sort of museum because you have actually old pieces. What do you think, Elena?
More than a
because
museum.
You have the house of Queen Margherita.
Yes, but more than a museum, I think this place is stopping the time.
Okay.
It's like a big bowl.
In fact, here we are this is not this square here. This place is not in the crowded part of the city. We are in the hidden part. It's a very hidden part of the city where we can enjoy peace, silence, and the explanation by this very lovely lady. And so, other questions? See?
Yes, there's another question. Can you tell us a bit about the ancestors? Something more about your ancestors.
So, like all people that work on boat, all the people. So you have to see a square outside seems a mountain chalet. It's all in wood. Because all the people that work with would come from our mountain. Also, my family come from in the past from our mountain. So They arrive in Venice, and after they become a builder, gondola builder. They start. Domenico started to work with the Casal, family Casal. Was another very important family who makes the gondola. And after 32 years old, he decided to stay alone, and he starts here. So like I told before, for me it's normal because I grow up in this. When I grow up, I understand how much is important this place. It's not only a work. It's not only a job. It's more than this.
For sure, you had to put passion, and I think that.
Yeah, my father say always this job, you don't make this job for money. It's only because you have passion and love for this. Because artisan is art. So who makes art?
For sure.
And there's another question.
Yes.
How long does it take to build a gondola from the beginning?
5-6 months. 2 months for building all in wood. After is 1 or 2 for car, because all the decoration that you see on the gondola is assigned by the gondola. So it depends what the gondola want. And after is another one for painting. So in total it's 5-6 months.
Wow.
Usually we start to build in the winter because when there is a summer or spring we start the maintenance.
But and do you build the gondola inside? Obviously, because you have the shape
all inside.
Because the sun can damage it or not.
No, because you build inside.
It's better the shade.
Yes.
Okay.
You build inside because there's no rain inside, so you start to build, and after you paint. And when the gondola is finished, we open all the door, and with a roller, there is the launch.
The launch. What happened when there is the launch of a gondola?
It's a big party.
A party.
Yes.
What do you mean with party? I mean, there are lots of people coming
lots
here,
of people that
eating, drinking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like una festa. It's like a battesimo.
Yeah, okay. It's like how many gondolas we have here today in Venice? Do you know exactly?
More or less, if I don't remember wrong, it's more or less 500. 500. But public transport is a little bit more than 500. So, because in the past, at the end of 1500,
in the 16th century,
at the end of 16th century, there was 10,000 gondolas in Venice.
Wow, because I mean, it was the only means of transportation.
Exactly. And because of the gondola was also used by the police, by the ambulance.
For sure, yeah.
Was the normal, like in Italy, the normal transport.
I'd like to precise that, pointing out that the black color of the gondolas has nothing to do with the Black Plague. First of all, it's a mistake that many people, also in some books written, it depends on the Black Plague. No, it is not the truth, but it depends on the decision, on the rule issued by the Republic of Venice. Okay, it is not
a sad boat, it's a romantic boat.
It is not related to the Black Plague, first of all. Okay, and I see also from here the seats.
Yeah.
They are in velvet, maybe from
this
here.
This is a velvet, yes. This is made by the tapissier. Is another artisan who makes the. Yeah, also the iron is another artisan, the fabbro. After is the carver who the core. After there is the batiloro who makes the leaf of gold that the indorador use for plaqued with the gold, 24 carati.
So. How many artisans work for? I mean, for finishing a gondola.
More or less, it's 10 artisans. More or less, the fabbro, the remer who makes the fork, the fonderie who make the hat. So there's a lot. It's a teamwork.
And then you assemble all together.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The other artisans come here.
Because also the oar and the oar locks are made by another artisan.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, there's another question for the audience. Do you still purchase the wood from the mountains?
No, depends. It's difficult to find a piece long 30 meter for the side.
Okay.
But You will see.
And how long does a new gondola last? How years
depends.
or not?
Yes.
Years.
Yes, it depends also how much you take care of the gondola.
For sure.
Because it's the food is alive, so you have to take care of the.
Because of the water of the Venetian lagoon is brackish, so
Man, it's more than the raining.
Also raining.
Yes, because the salty water it's okay, but the rain is not good.
And do you use specific materials for making the gondolas waterproofed or not?
Now
It's a special paint, I don't know.
No. Now we do this like a resin.
Ah, okay, resin.
In the past they used the
black page nera?
Sì, la
the
page.
black page, the black
Yeah.
page, okay.
So, but there's
scusa,
another
sorry.
question from the audience, sorry, Trincia, but is quite interesting as a question that is, but the raw materials, so the wood, where does it come? So
From Italy, from France.
Italy, okay.
Also from France.
Yes. Depends. The good wood.
From Italy, from the mountains, like in the
Yes.
past.
Yeah.
Okay.
And does someone still use gondolas as means of transportation in Venice?
No, the last person with the private gondola was Peggy Guggenheim.
By the way, yes, Peggy Guggenheim had her own personal, own
gondola,
and her own gondolier, yes,
Yeah.
for sure, yeah.
She was the last.
Yes, because nowadays these kind of gondolas are for tourists, for having a gondola ride, for just to keep in touch with the real nature of Venice. But in the past times, I mean,
it was used for all.
I mean, the gondola were used by everybody, both the richest ones and common people.
Exactly.
Also for transporting goods.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
And there's another one. Do you organize events in your boatyard?
No.
No. Maybe it could be an idea. We don't know.
And here we have a very funny question.
See?
Sometimes we have also seen gondolas around the world. For example, USA, Las Vegas.
See?
Have your gondola ever been exported?
Yes. Our gondola is in Osaka, in Australia, in America, France. There's a lot of people that loves gondola and want a gondola. Not for ride, only for have a gondola. Yes, our gondola is around the world, yes.
Cioè, for having a gondola just not for use it, and for having it just for showing it.
Someone want to ride. Yes, there is a gondola around the world because the gondola is the most famous things in the world.
Yes, because for example, I've never been Las Vegas, but I know in Las Vegas there is the Venetian, and in the Venetian, the hotel, I see the gondolas and the gondoliers, but and there is an electric chain, so it is not like the real gondola here in Venice. It is completely different.
Yes.
I see another embarkation here on the right, on the left. This is not a gondola.
No. This is
What
a
is
sandalo.
it? Okay, it's another typical Venetian,
Yes.
right? Okay, it's smaller.
Yes. Yes, and but like all Venetian boat, the bottom is flat. We have no keel.
Okay, because yes, for sure, because the bottoms are flat. You want to tell you the reason why are flat?
Yeah, because sometimes there's very few water in the canal, also in the lagoon. So with the flattened boat, you can go everywhere.
Yeah, because the Venetian lagoon is a very shallow lagoon, so that's why they designed all the, let's say, boats for the lagoon having the.
No, it's a typical Venetian boat.
The bottom flat. Yes.
Yeah.
What about the decorations in gold, for example? It depends on the money every single gondolier wants to spend.
Make a decoration on the gondola depends because there is a gondola that put something family, something or a history of Venice. So it depends what the gondola want to tell with this gondola. This is the magical of the gondola, I think, because who makes and who order together, the gondola is made on the gondolier, so it's your forever. So
For sure.
it's a match soul like this, and every gondola is different. Every gondola have a different soul. This is true. There's some gondolas that are hard to take, some gondolas easy to bend. So
Lots of gondolas have also the lion carved because the lion is a symbol of the Venetian of Venice. First of all, is a symbol of the patron saint of Venice, Saint Mark the Evangelist, and also the symbol of the city still nowadays. And also the piece in iron nowadays in steel could be the carved, right?
Yes.
Okay, with beautiful. It depends on the taste.
Depending on the gondola, depending what the gondola wants.
What about if a gondolier is very tall and if a gondolier is very is not so tall?
No, depends. After the forklift made,
they have to change. I mean, they have to make the airlock.
Yeah, it's made on him.
Okay, so we can say that the gondola is customized.
Yes,
it's a customized
exactly
embarkation.
Exactly.
Okay, that's very interesting in my opinion. So here I see also lots of things. I don't know. See, you see parts of the gondola that can be assembled.
This is all the parecchio, all the stuff that you see there is the parecchio, all the decoration on the gondola.
So we can say now. I was thinking about the Queen Margherita. We can say that your family was the official supplier of the royal family.
Outside there is the name ufficial.
Outside
fornitore brevettato dei Somma Stare all'Italia.
Okay, the king of Italy.
And there is also the crest.
Okay, so you want to tell me something about? I mean, it's very hard. Is it very hard today being an artisan in every single field? An artisan here in Venice. I mean, making everything by hand. What do you think? Is very hard or not?
I think it's hard to be an artisan in general, not only in Venice.
Because now we are full of high technology. It's very quick and so on, very fast.
Yeah, but something is impossible to make with technology. You need the knowledge. You need to be able to use your hand. You are able to make a project. So be an artisan is different and is more than a work that I told you, because you put inside a lot of passion. So depend the customer. Someone wants something real, handcraft.
For sure.
So if you do this with passion, it's okay. Also, if it's hard.
And I think if you have something made by hand with passion, also the customer can feel it.
Yes.
Can feel it.
You are so satisfied. Also, the customer is satisfied because you make something for him.
For sure. Yeah. I don't know, Francesca, do you have some questions? Because I look.
Yes, there's another question. How can we come and visit your boatyard? Do we have to book in advance?
Yes, because it's only you have to book because we have to work. So when we are time,
you have to arrange.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you can send them an email.
And do you receive also children for visits?
Yes.
And can you tell me something about their reactions when they come here?
Every time that people get put on the first meter here, they make wow.
Wow, okay.
Wow
reaction, okay.
Reaction is wow.
But what about children and kids? Are they enthusiastic?
Yes. Also, we make a project with the school, Venetian school, and my father make this also. So we continue this project because we think it's important that the child know this something like this, and the child makes always the very smart question.
Really?
Yes, they are the smarter. It was very, very smart.
And there's another one. How an artisan maintained active the own business, the own workshop during the last tough periods?
Because of the pandemic.
Yes.
It's a hard time, but we have to stay strong.
And
She's
so,
a
do you think this job has a future that you follow?
Sure. Gondola. It's gondola.
yes, because at the end of a season, usually November. Tell me if I say wrong. Usually November. I mean, the gondolas must be repaired at the end of a touristic season, or not?
No, in the
Repainted,
winter. No,
or
no, in the
something?
summer you have to repaint because in the winter you build.
In winter you build.
Yeah,
In summer
you need a good weather for paint because it stays sticky. So here there's not riscaldamento.
no heating. No,
So
no heating here.
It's cold in winter, very hot in the summer.
And there's another question from the audience. So, are the young generations willing to undertake it?
Yes, there is a lot of young that want to start this job. Yes.
I mean, they want to start the job or they want to become a gondolier? Because
No, this job I talk
this
about.
job.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes. There's a lot of young.
Are they Venetians living
No,
here,
not
also coming from abroad,
yeah.
from other cities?
Yeah, there's a lot of young people that wanted to come inside this kind of yard. It's, because it's a little bit different than the other part. So, because the gondola is different than the other boat. So this really, yes.
And they need actually patience because
this is a very hard
never
moment.
to be in a hurry, I think, for making a gondola. Because so patience and painting and making something very, very, slowly and so on. Yeah. Another question, yeah?
Another question. Do you feel proud as a woman running a business normally thought, for men?
I'm proud because I can, not only because I'm a woman, because me and my sister, we do our best. I'm proud of this, that we do our best.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
And you are the first one to see nowadays, so you don't have, there are no other women here making or repairing gondolas.
Yeah, but I always say I'm lucky. I'm very lucky to, I have this legacy, so I'm lucky.
For sure.
I want to also to share my
and because also you are very enthusiastic person, so you share your passion, your love for your job to customers coming here.
Yes, we love to.
There's another question from the audience. Normally speaking, how many gondolas do you repair in a year?
Depends. So me and my sister is only 2 years old that we are here, so we are not sure because after here start the COVID, so we don't know how this is work. So maybe next year I can answer this question.
But I see, for example, the sandalo here that you are painting it, and the gondola here maybe is under restoration. Outside, we cannot go outside because the light is so
yes.
So bright. But also outside there is a gondola that
have to repaint the bottom, to clean and repaint the anti-algae.
And this afternoon at 4 o'clock, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
We have to. Now we have to put the roller. Yes. Because we don't use the lifter to put and keep the gondola outside the water. We use roller and our arm.
Before coming here, do this kind of job, and what was your job?
I have a shop. I had a shop all about gondola, and my sister here, she makes the ice cream. So different job.
Elisabetta, your sister, made
She's good. She is very good. She's a good painter. She is who makes the painting and repair. Because I'm not so good to use my hands, so I help her. I make public relation visit, all the stuff. So we both together one.
But what does Elisabetta, your sister, study? I mean, artistic.
She makes sculpture.
A school, okay. So let's say we can say that she's an artist.
Yes, she's a very
And
nice.
you
I'm a
are
photographer. I study photography.
photography. Also in black and white. Because
Yes,
I
also,
I
yeah.
have seen some pics
Yeah,
by you.
because
Yes,
on
beautiful.
Facebook and Instagram, I share
I can imagine when, because here in Venice during the winter we have a lot of fog. I can imagine when the city is foggy, in a foggy day, the beautiful pictures you can take with the gondolas and so very impressive. Yeah.
Sometimes the light here is very.
Yeah. Another question, maybe?
Yes. Can you row Elena on a gondola?
No, I'm not able.
Oh, really?
No, I'm not able.
Okay, but
I will try, but I'm not able. I'm a little bit good to drive another boat, but a little bit.
because it is not so easy, I think.
No, yes,
To
it's
row a
easy.
gondola.
No, you need a lot of balance.
Yeah.
But,
You
not
have
so
to
hard.
you have to move the body for turning. Yeah. And what about people? How many people can stay on a gondola? I mean,
Normally,
I mean tourists. Yeah.
Normally 6.
6, okay.
Maximum 6.
Plus the gondolier.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think that the right number is 5.
But along the canal, there is also another kind of gondola. Is the traghetto.
Yes, is a gondola da parada. It's another kind of gondola. It's bigger than this one.
Nothing to compare with the ones here for tourists.
If you make the one side to the other side of Grand Canal.
Let's say we can say it's a public service for crossing the Grand Canal.
Exactly.
Yeah. But obviously tourists, when they come here, they want to have their own gondola rides using the beautiful gondolas. And maybe if you are very lucky, they use a gondola made by Tramontine, by this workshop, by this boat yard.
There's another question that is, I heard that gondolas are built for each gondolier, so it's customized gondola. Is it true?
Se le gondole sono customized, sono fatte per ogni singolo gondoliere.
Sì. Every gondola is made for the gondolier.
Because maybe it depends on the height and on the weight of every single gondolier. Yeah. So every single gondolier, let's say, is the owner of his own gondola. Yes, sì. Okay, other question, Francesca?
Let me check. Why? The following question is, why the gondola has to be then customized?
Why?
Perché deve essere personalizzata la gondola?
Because it's better for drive. If the gondola is made on you, it's easy to drive because the balance is perfect.
Because gondoliers control, their own gondolas, moving their own bodies for the balancing, because of the canals of Venice also very narrow canals, and turning right or turning left, they have to move actually their own gondolas,
to move the oar on the fork.
So that's why they have to be customized. They must be. It's a must here. Yeah. Every single gondola is customized.
Yes. Every gondola is the owner of the gondola.
Yes. So now it's a very sunny day, and I see there is a low tide, a very low tide. But you don't have. Gondolas don't have any problems because the bottoms are completely flat. And this was, Venetians are geniuses because they knew that if they wanted to move around around the lagoon, they have to design boats having flat bottoms. This is an important thing that very few people know.
We are practical.
It's a long history. Yeah. Yes.
Another question, because it seems that there are so many people interested in your gondola yard. So they are asking, do you have a website?
Yes, I have a website, tramontingondole.it. And also we have Instagram or Facebook, and sometimes I share something or my picture or historical picture or some video.
So they have all the social media, yes, for sure. So also people coming, I mean, from Australia, USA.
Yeah, lots of
Yeah.
people. We keep in touch. A lot of people that come here. I'm keep in touch for the Christmas. For
But
the
do you have a customer so who, I mean, after the first time want to meet you again?
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Can happen that we become friends. So after they come here to discover
Just
this
for-
place, and after we go to drink spirits together because we are friends now.
Just for chatting,
Yes,
drinking the streets.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay. Everywhere in the world. I mean,
Yes, and I love this job also for this because I meet a lot of people all around the world,
Yeah.
and for this is also I'm lucky.
Especially maybe coming from the States, I don't know,
Yes.
because I know the Americans love Italy and also
Yes.
love Venice as well. So you know,
Yeah,
and
yes.
they are very interested in. They are very. They love the made in Italy.
Yes.
This is made in Venice, but they love the made in Italy. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have also when I have a shop, I have I meet a customer, and now they are friends. When they come back in Venice, we meet.
But what did you sell when you had a shop?
All about gondola, from jewels to cup for tea, the original piece of the gondola made for the arredamento, decoration for how,
okay.
exactly. Something new, all artisan, all made in Venice.
And did you have a lot of customers?
Yes, but when happened that my father passed away, I'm big, but only one, so all here on the shop, so it's impossible.
Okay.
There's a last
Yes.
question.
Yeah.
Any plans for the future?
Yes.
She's very proud. She's very.
Andiamo avanti. Go on. Don't think and go on.
She's brave.
This is the project.
So your project is
Go on.
go on. Keep on doing this kind of job. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So now. It is not everything in the right, but I like it's a place where you can feel the life.
It's
okay?
order, disorder.
In fact, yes, it all disorder. You can feel the life, you know, the real artisan life here in this place.
The smell.
I smell it.
The
smell
the wood and
yeah.
painting.
We smell and we smell also. I mean, the job you are carrying out. So yes, for sure. So thank you very much, and I remind you that we are keeping on until Sunday with this Venice Venice Live Week, you know, live in by SofaTour, and so we thank once again Elena.
Thank
and
you.
Ciao, bye bye. Ciao to
Bye.
everybody. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just sleep. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Oh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Oh, but guess I need wanna be round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, 'cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come home with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We let it burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess
Hi, here I am again. I am Monica G, and I'm here for you for this Live in Venice week with a very, very special event. We are in a boatyard. I apologize immediately because here the the connection is not really the best. So unfortunately, we cannot be inside the boatyard. We're on the outside, but we'll a glimpse on what's behind us, and then we'll have the chance to show you some boats around here. This is a very special place. This is Venice on board, and next to me we have our guest today, Emiliano. Emiliano is one of the founders of this association, and he's gonna tell us a little bit about it, what they do, who they are, and again, what I would like to show you is the people behind the stage. Venice is a huge, beautiful stage with a gorgeous scenery and with actors on the stage, but there are people behind the stage that you don't see, and Emiliano is one of them. But he's so important for life in Venice. So, Emiliano, who are you? What's your background? Oh, just one other thing. This is a place where people are working. So there might be people working around, I mean, walking around. So I apologize for that, but people need to work and go ahead with their job. So tell us about yourself.
Ciao a tutti. Well, I'm one of the three founders of Venice on Board, as Monica explained. And actually, we are a cultural and sportive association. And we mainly, our first goal is trying to rescue and restore and save more traditional boats as possible. This is our idea.
So
Then
boats have some sort of a life.
Of course.
They get old, but they can be fixed so that they live as long as possible. And this idea of objects being actually living materials has come out. Quite frequently. We're talking about glass being alive yesterday. Now we talk about boats being alive. It's an attitude that I really like. So you take old boats and you restore them to give them a new life.
Exactly, because unfortunately in Venice we have just few traditional carpenter left, just few people able to build a traditional boat in the real way, you know, because also often we use modern materials like plywood and fiberglass and stuff like that. So we prefer to save real boats and we refurbish it in the traditional way.
So you're not building new boats, just restoring old boats.
Yes, we prefer to save old boats because you know the part of our is a save. Exactly.
Yes, it's gorgeous.
Exactly.
So it's a commitment,
And then,
you know, to the city.
But this is the first step of the association because then, when we restore the boats, then we use it to financiate the restoring. So we give classes, with didactical experiences, like sailing classes and traditional rowing classes.
So we're always talking about rowing boats and not about electrical boats, not about motor boats. Electrical boats might be fine, but motor boats can be a problem. I mean, when there are too many. So we're talking about sustainable.
Exactly. Also, it's interesting because it's not only sustainable, but using traditional boat in Venetian Lagoon actually is the best way to discover the lagoon and to feel the city. You know, probably everybody knows that a lagoon is a very, not deep ecosystem, shallow ecosystem. So with motorboats, if you used to navigate with motorboats in the Venetian Lagoon, you really lose mostly of the nicest parts. So with a traditional boat, you can navigate everywhere in the lagoon, in the 90% of the lagoon surface, and it's so interesting because you can really enjoy and of course it's sustainable. You don't even make any kind of
respect for the city, for the lagoon, for the environment.
Exactly.
It's also respect, from my point of view, for the people, in the sense that in the the crowdiest parts of the city, Venice might be quite noisy. Okay. Of course, we've had the pandemic. Venice was a desert. But you know, there are those iconic places that are normally full of people and they are noisy.
Of course.
If you go around on a motorboat, then you feel the noise again. But maybe in quiet areas, but you have the noise of the engine. If you go around instead on a rowboat, you have some of the areas are silent.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
It's probably something. I mean, that's how I feel, but maybe you feel the same, Emiliano. It's probably something that we really need sometimes to get away of the noise, to get away of voices, and to be quiet and to feel
Absolutely,
how
it's
quiet
absolutely
the lagoon is.
meditated, and we think that, I mean,
Okay, it's a sort of meditation. Did you
the
get
short,
that?
yeah, and it's also therapeutic in my opinion, because the rhythm, and I mean, the perspective that you can have from the water is incredible. But as you say, I'm totally agree, because it's Venetian boats are the best way to escape from the crowded and from
The noise.
in the noise of the city.
Okay, can we step back a second?
Of course.
As far as I remember, you have a scientific education. Okay,
Yes,
you went
yes,
to a scientific school.
yes.
And so probably what you had in mind was something a little bit different.
Yes, of course, yes.
Were you born in Venice?
I born here in Cannaregio, just like
just two
couple of
bridges
minutes
away.
from exactly
One
bridge
bridge
away.
One bridge away.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so if your ideas were probably different when you started that scientific
Absolutely.
school. How did it happen that you ended up, having such a great passion for boats and for rowing?
Absolutely. We actually, the idea of the association it born, it was a kind of lucky strike. I mean, we friends, with some friends a few years ago. It was the spring of 2014. We just decided to buy a Venetian boat, because we used to move before with engine or motor boat or
Yes.
sailing boat sometimes, but mainly, in a modern way. And we decided just to get an idea of how the city was in the past, before the motor, just to feel it differently. And just for case, we start to teach some friends, because they say, I like this way of experience the city. I like to go to Rialto to have a spritz, just rowing
Okay, let me
and
just
relaxing.
stress. Sorry to interrupt you, but
No,
just
of course.
stress. Experience the city. I mean, this young guy. Can I ask you how old you are?
33.
33. Okay, it's pretty young, definitely. And okay, so the idea is experience the city. It's not visit, enjoy the city. Yes, it is also visit and enjoy the city, but also experience.
Experience,
Please.
absolutely. I think that Venetian rowing is the best activity you can do in the city. I mean, there's a lot of things to see. There's a lot of history, museum and stuff, but I don't know, when I start to deals with traditional boat, I start to appreciate the city differently. Really, it was a real shock for me.
So it's something that can be combined, the visit to monuments and museums and beautiful places, iconic places, and then an experience
Exactly.
Becoming some sort of a Venetian, maybe a Venetian of the past or a Venetian of today. What do you think? Are both still a very important part of everyday life for the Venetians today?
Yeah, yes, are they? But
I mean, rowboats, not the public
robots, no,
transportation.
that's another goal of the association, actually, because we are trying, Venetian rowing nowadays, it's just like considered as a sport, or just
and not as a lifestyle.
Not as a sport, or maybe or something for tourists, sorry, something for tourists, or a way. But for us, it's more a way of transportation. Our idea is that we want to back to the real purpose of the Venetian rowing.
Okay, what I would like to do,
Mhm.
I've never done it, but maybe taking your courses, I can change my mind. I mean, my mindset, actually.
You have to.
I would like to jump on my rowing boat, go to the supermarket, buy my groceries, and then come back home.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Yeah,
I
why
mean,
not?
is that your philosophy? Am I right?
It's like that. I mean,
well, not necessarily grocery store, but
Yeah, it's like that. As you say, it's a way of life, And today is my day off, and after this interview, I will take the boats and take my son to a my daughter to ride to the canals because we think it's a way of life, as you say.
Yeah, it's not. Let's go to the.
And also I can say that the how do you say in English? It's the perception, of the nation rowing. Often it's wrong because people normally think that it's something very hard to do, very that you need muscles and strength, but actually it's all technical. It's all technical activity.
So you're saying that it's not that hard.
No,
so you can just row and enjoy it.
Exactly, it's very relaxing. Can be, as we say before, but it's very, very. I mean, a thing for everybody.
And
so you can take your boat and go to buy your grocery.
You know that after this I'll come for some lessons, and if I have funny faces, which is actually impossible because of the mask. But this is because we have Sarah on the backstage, who's saying, by the way, just using some gestures like Italians do, that she's coming as well. So we'll be the two of us taking rowing lessons from Emiliano. Okay, we're just joking, but no, this teaching part is really important in my opinion. So you teach adults, you teach children, you teach anyone, is that right?
All right, yes. We have a lot of kids coming, children coming, and a lot of people, Venetian people, but also foreigners, people coming
yeah, that's
from...
what I wanted to ask. Also foreigners.
Of course, yes, or students, any age. Sometimes the most difficult... we have a little gap between the 18 and like 24, 25, Normally,
because they're not interested?
No, normally teenagers in that period are interested in other things, not really traditional, but we are fighting to create a nice approach. So our goal is try, to get also involve also the teenagers and yes, and also it's never too late because we also have students more than 70 years old and older people
we're okay.
You're okay.
The two of us are okay.
Exactly.
We're in. We're not 70 yet.
Okay.
Although the two of us might be over 80, but that's okay. So just joking a little bit, but your commitment to children.
Yeah.
Is it? I mean, what do you think you can transmit? What do you think you can give to children from the point of view of their education, taking them on a boat? So it's not just a sport, as you were saying.
Absolutely.
What can they learn if they come out with you?
I think it's a kind of philosophy. When I was younger, it was very difficult for me to get in contact with Venetian rowing. We get a little trying at the beginning of the high school, but the approach that we found in the Remiera, in the club, it was very, anachronistic. We can say it was something that you don't really, this is rowing, is not for me. But that's why we are trying, to create a new approach, and I think it's very important for the new generation to get a contact with the lagoon, with our tradition, But often if you want to know, where you're going to, you need to be, you need to know where you come from. So it's very, very important, in my opinion,
These are very wise words. If you want to know who you are, you have to know where you come from.
That's important.
So
And
it's tradition that creates your identity.
Absolutely, and in Venice in particular, because actually we have a very our tradition is really in danger because we are a different city. We have different things. We have no car. We have boats. We have and the city's changed a lot in the last 50 years. So I think it's important in this moment to maintain the red line with the tradition.
And one thing that is coming up that has come up is sustainability. Okay, and so this idea of respect for Venice, this idea of respect for the people, for the boats as living objects, if we can say so.
Of course.
One other idea that I feel that is coming out is to go slow. Okay,
Absolutely.
because if you are on a motorboat, I'm not saying that it takes just a minute,
No.
because we have a very slow speed limits in Venice
Exactly.
anyway,
Exactly.
because of the waves and so on. But if you go around on a rowing boat, of course, it takes much longer, and so you get rid, from some point of view, of this. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up,
Yeah.
that we have all the time. And Venice is a city where a kind of slow life
Yes.
is still possible.
Absolutely.
Unless you walk around with Sarah, because
Exactly.
she's so fast.
This
That's
is
okay.
this is the main reason why I love my city. You know, absolutely. The, mm, the way of moving around the city. I love walking. Actually, after rowing, it's my passion is walking. Huh? So I think this is the secret of Venice. You know, the reason why we have a very good quality of life, because we have to use our body. You know, we we I don't know. It's it's difficult to explain, but it's absolutely a philosophy, as I say before. And of course, the city is very beautiful, and this is also another.
And also, you can, unlike other people that maybe live in gorgeous cities but move around on their cars all the time, here you are supposed to walk in most of the cases. Yes, we have the public transportation, then you get around on your boat. But if it's a rowing boat, again, it takes time.
Yeah.
And so you have actually the time to look around and to appreciate
Yes.
the beauty of your city. Lots of people normally ask, out of my experience, but maybe you're already used to all this beauty, so you don't pay attention to it anymore. Do you think it is correct that we don't pay
No,
attention
no,
anymore to the
no.
beauty that we have?
No,
Because we're used.
No,
No, right?
no. I think I mean, we enjoy every day our city. Maybe it can be interesting for us to see the city for the first time. Now, so sometimes I'm jealous to see the people coming here for the first time. See, wow,
Because
the
it's like
shock.
totally,
No, we
it's
don't
a
have,
shock.
yeah, the shock.
It's
We
a
don't have the
shock.
shock, of course, but we really. And also, when you are in a rowboat, it's every time you go rowing, it's different, you know, because the condition is different. Maybe the tide,
That's right.
the perspective, you know, the wind,
The weather.
the weather. It's the city is never boring. It's always very
You can always
stimulating.
Yes, you can always capture some little details
Yeah.
that you hadn't paid attention to before. Is that
Exactly, yeah,
right?
yeah,
I think we have a question from the audience.
Yes. They're asking, Emiliano, what kind of boats do you restore?
Yeah, actually, as some people think that in Venice there's only the gondola. No, gondola.
And that was my next question.
Gondola.
Great.
Gondola is just one of our traditional boats. You have to think that until the end of the 17th century, we used to have more than 50 different type of Venetian boats, anyone with a specific purpose, of course. So we are trying to save more type of these boats as possible, you know,
Can
because
you name a couple, the names,
well,
for
we have,
example?
for example, the Mascaretta, Topa, Topo. We have a lot of boats, Puparin, Batelon. We have Batella. We have a lot of boats, Sandolo. We have a lot.
And I
Unfortunately,
guess that a lot of people never heard such
Yeah,
names.
no.
Not even among Italians. I'm not saying just foreign guests. But even in Italy, these names are not known because they are typically Venetian.
traditional Venetian boat. And of course, you know, in this last period, we are losing all these boats because after when the motors comes,
The engines.
we start to stop the building of these boats, and also now there are just few traditional boats left in town. So our goal is try to to maintain these boats and try to get more boats possible. In 7 years, we already restored 11 boats, and we're still going.
It sounds like in 7 years that we managed to restore 11 boats. You can think, wait, it's a boat and a half per year, so it's not that much.
Yeah.
But instead, it's very difficult, so it takes a lot of time.
Of course, yes, because an important thing that you have to think that is that in the past Venetian boats, we used to build Venetian boats using many different type of woods and with traditional techniques. So it's not easy to manage with that. One of the founder of the association, Damiano, is a incredible traditional carpenter. So he's
and
alone.
He's very young as well.
Yes,
right?
yes. And so we are using we restore about one boat per year, or two sometimes. Yeah.
Okay.
This year is difficult because we have the emergency.
The pandemic.
The pandemic is make exactly some problems, but we are here and we have a lot of projects.
Good. Yeah. Question.
So, how does a place like this? How does a boatyard survive? How does it maintain itself?
Exactly. Actually, we are a boatyard, but also we are a rowing school. So we maintain the association giving classes. We make courses. We have this year we have already about 300 members, mainly Venetian, but also people coming from other parts of Italy. And
also from other parts of the world, maybe. Can
yes,
they join?
This year,
well,
not
this year
really,
maybe not really because
okay,
of
but
the
normally,
borders
yes,
yeah.
exactly. So every year about 1,000 people pass for this workshop to get in class to learn Venetian rowing or Venetian sailing. So this is the way. And then some of this money we use for the instructors, and some other we use for buying the equipment for Damiano for restoring the boats and for the maintenance. That is very hard actually, because we have 11 boats and it's very, very hard job to maintain it.
Can you receive donations?
Of course, we receive also donations. Some of our members, for example, at the beginning of the last year, we make a crowdfunding campaign, yes, and we saved the association practically because it was a very bad period for us, because we lose the spring and the beginning of the summer. That is our gold moment of the season. But fortunately, a lot of our members and friends sustain us with some donations. So yes, of course.
How can they donate?
We have a website with the email and everything, so they just can send an email, and Stefano, one of the guys, will send all the details.
Details.
Sorry for my English also.
I believe your English is good enough, more than good enough.
Okay, grazie.
And we've been talking to a lot of people in these days, myself and all of the other colleagues, taking the interviews around. I think that, some people speak very good English, some others instead, not that much. But the enthusiasm and this desire to communicate, to tell you, to share with you their passions, I think this is more than grammar, than the correct grammar. This is how I feel, and I hope this is the same for you. You're more than welcome. Just stepping backwards again a little bit. So, sorry, just summarizing. We've been talking about sustainability and then slow life. There is another word that is very important to me and to a lot of other people, and this is inclusion. So your association is also inclusive because you try to give the same experience as much as possible also to people that have some sort of disabilities.
Yes, of course.
Can you tell us a little bit about your
Well,
experience from this point of view?
Yes. I think that in general, Venice is a not really accessible city. We have a lot of bridges, and sometimes it's difficult, to move around because, there's no cars. So I think that it's important for the inhabitants, for Venetian, to start to give something to people with disability. And for example, we still working with another association. It's called Explora, and it's very nice association that work with people with disability. And we offer rowing experiencer also with blind people, and for blind people, and non udenti. How do you say
deaf
people? Exactly. And also we are managing to buy bigger boats, big boats, our idea is try to in the future give the chance for people with the
wheelchairs with motor disabilities.
Exactly, to get in the boat and try rowing. This is our goal. We in the future will be possible.
And this is, sorry about that, but this is really incredible for anyone, but in particular in a city like Venice that is considered to be not accessible from some points of view. We can manage. A person that I know with disabilities says that it's not that you have a disability, it's the impact that you have with the environment that makes you a person with disability.
Yeah.
So it's this, relationship between the person and the environment, and we can try to adjust the environment, or we can try to make effort to make the environment closer to the people that have disabilities. And I think that this is just a gorgeous kind of philosophy. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And okay, two things. First, we have two interesting items behind.
Yes. I just take.
Maybe you want to say a couple words.
Just introduce you the equipment for the rowing. I don't know if you can see it. Yes. For example, this is a forcola. There's no translation for
Not even in
forcola.
Italian. It's Venetian.
It's a Venetian word. We maybe can say the oar lock, maybe something like this. Maybe they understand. But and it's very interesting. In my opinion, is the perfect compromise between art and functionality. We can say, it's an incredible object. It's the thing that we use for the rowing, where we put the oar. And when we go straight, for example, we used to put the oar in this part here. We call morso, the bite. But then we have many other positions where we can put the oar, because maybe in other different way of rowing, like English rowing or kayaking, canoeing, maybe the way of rowing that you used to see normally, you normally go in open water. So in the lake, or I don't know, on the sea, on the coast. But here in Venice, it's a bit more complicated, because we have a lot of narrow canals and small part of the city. So sometimes we have to make tight turnings, or the traffic, So the forcola helps the rower to be precise, to stop the boat, to turn around, to slide on the side, to make a lot of maneuvering. And it's interesting because there's many different type of forcola. So every boat have a different type of forcola, depending the shape of the boat, the original purpose of the boat, but also the position of the rower in the boat.
And then we have an oar.
And also okay, I forget that it's interesting to know that it's made with walnut, Italian walnut. That is incredible wood. It's very incredible. I don't think you can see the fiber, but it's very thin fiber. So the wood is so robust, but flexible at the same time. It's super and very beautiful to see. Then we have an oar, a Venetian oar. and I don't know, you can. It's difficult maybe, but the Venetian oar also are different depending the boat. I mean, the technique is the same for every boat, but the length of the oar change depending the boat, between normally 3 meters and 20 centimeters for very small boat like Chopon and some other, to even 4 meters and a half for example gondola or puparin, and it's very nice. The main thing about the main characteristic of the oar is that it's asymmetrical, and I mean there is a flat part on the back, and then there is a kind of spike, the kind of, yes, the kind of ridge, on the top, and it's called diamante. This part is called diamante. Diamond, yes, and it needs to mainly to feel the resistance of the water when the oar is in the water, but it's more complicated than this, but it's so difficult to explain, and you have to
try.
come and take some class.
And talking about classes, okay, we've been talking about rowing, and people normally think, I suppose, that you sit in your canoe, on your boat, and then you row, right?
Exactly.
But yes, and we can do that in Venice.
Yeah.
Right here in Venice, we have a special
way of rowing.
style,
Yeah,
right?
it's very old.
So-called Venetian, is that right?
Venetian rowing.
And can you show us how you do that?
Of course.
You just walk slowly. We'll follow you with a camera.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
And I do apologize because of the noise that we have around, but people are working, and so hold on. And yeah, the city is alive. Sarah's saying behind, and it is really true. So we'll just move very slowly, and Emiliano will show us just for a few minutes how you row in the Venetian style.
Ho tutto in barca a te, vero? Welcome.
Just to turn. And this is our lagoon. And now we'll follow Emiliano. Sorry, the image is not the best. Wi-Fi is not present here outside. But I hope you can enjoy the weather that we have today and the gorgeous colors. Okay, so we're walking away from the noise. Sorry about that.
There's low tide. Facciami.
So here we are, and then I'll have Emiliano come a little bit closer to the microphone so that he can tell you how you row. And we have another gentleman here, Stefano, who's jumping now on the boat. Okay, please go ahead.
Part of my team, Stefano, will introduce you a little bit the Venetian rowing, just to give you an idea, because it's not easy, it takes time, to learn Venetian rowing, and maybe Stefano show the base, the first step. Okay. Why? Can you see the boat from here? Okay. All right. So. All right. Aspetta, non stiamo arteni ancora, sta Iga. So on the back of the boats, you can see the forcola. For example, it's a different forcola than the one I showed you
like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time. You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time. Collide with me, come out with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. Relax, burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing.
a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to for the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you all know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us
Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing.
Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're to sleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
desirable. Famous, so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to for the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing.
Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like the firing, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over. No way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head. And you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. And over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come out with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like the firing, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're asleep. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's
Crown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved.
Scusa. Well, hi everybody. Just look at that. I mean, I can't stop laughing. I'm so elated. This is unbelievable. So it's Live in Venice Week by SofaTour, but this is a very special Live in Venice Week. As you can see, we're on a boat. We tried something that I don't think has been done before, as in live streaming, going around on a silent electric boat. I'm here with JP from Classic Boat
Hello.
Venice. So, first of all, where are we?
We are going in the back of Fondamenta di Misericordia right now, and this is a really special area in Canareggio. It's kind of a secretive little hidden area that you wouldn't normally see on the normal tourist track. And this is a place where you can find some of the older traditional cantieres that used to be here. There used to be old sandalo clubs. And this is where really a lot of the local people live here. And I personally like it because it's quiet.
This is one of a squirrel, or used to be one?
Used to be
Used
one.
to be one of a squirrel.
Unfortunately,
yeah. We're gonna sit in a minute as we're approaching it. It's got beautiful cats here as well. Just one thing is, this is an experiment, so we don't know if it's gonna work with a live stream, but don't worry, we are recording. So if at any time the stream goes off, don't worry. You will be able to see all the live interview later on today. If our camera woman doesn't fall in the water first, because she's actually struggling with two tripods, two devices, and she's amazing.
It's pretty incredible. It
Yeah.
really is. It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger doing Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 at the same time. At the same time.
Okay, so this is
Yeah.
the level of a conversation that you're gonna have for the next 45 minutes.
Might
Okay.
get lower, but it's not gonna get higher.
Okay, so JP, first of all,
Yeah.
what is the Classic Boat Venice?
Classic Boats Venice is a boat company, traditional boat company where we rent and I don't have it reading. Okay. I'm
No,
gonna
you
go
don't-
back.
you can't
Run it
redo.
back.
This-
That was a tongue twister. Now, Classic Boats Venice, we rent out traditional boats and vintage boats.
Mhm.
And all the boats that we have, we either build them in-house or restore them ourselves.
So that's actually very particular about you, because there are other boat companies
Yeah.
in Venice. Okay, we know that. But that's what is particularly very sustainable about your company. That one, you try to always have old vintage boat that you restore, and you always try to be electric or hybrid.
Absolutely. So all of our boats are either electric or hybrid. So the self-drive boats, like the one we're on right now, this boat is called Felicità. She's called Happiness.
Oh, yeah, we're
And-
definitely very happy.
Yeah,
Trust
she's
me.
called Felicità, and she's made in a traditional Venetian way by a famous Venetian boat builder who's really young. He's about 37 years old, and so that's quite young for a master boat builder. His
Mhm.
name is Giovanni da Ponte,
Mhm.
with the help of our master boat builder, Mattias Luman.
You got your own
We have our own-
yard in Vegeto's Island, right?
On our yard, we do most of the restoration. We handle all restorations on the boats that are older. But this boat was built for us, so because it was hard to find topettas. This is a topetta. This boat that we're on in this good condition. So we needed to have one that was built. So we also are contributing to local economic sustainability by
Because
investing.
you're not going out and buying a brand new boat, maybe even fiberglass or stuff like
No
that.
way.
You're actually reutilizing what's here already.
Exactly, and using the local craftsmanship, the artistry, and also the local knowledge, so that an old art can survive and live, and hopefully inspire the next generation. Kind of like
And-
Star Trek.
And I think also another great thing is that by doing this, you're teaching the people that come to Venice and rent your boats about the importance of boats for Venetians as well.
Absolutely, the craftsmanship, because it was the lifeline for Venetians for so long. You know, and you look at the Absinada, which we'll probably pass by pretty soon. In the 1700s, it was the number one shipyard in the world. It was the number one. And slowly, as tourism came in, and made its way through and people wanted to leave Venice, these arts started to die because there wasn't the next generation of master boat builders. Years and years ago, you had hundreds and hundreds of boat builders. Now we're down to about the last 7 master boat builders left here in Venice. And this is something we want to improve. We want to have more master boat builders. We want to have more people thinking about recycling wood, restoring wood, and reutilizing pieces of history that were part of Venice. And
So how, who's the mastermind behind your company?
the mastermind behind this is a guy called Tim. No, I'm joking, Tom.
Tom,
sorry. No, the mastermind behind the company is our owner and my partner, Carl Jordsverens from Austria. He had a deep love for Venice his whole life. He used to come here when he was a child from Austria, and his passion always was boats and Venice. He always says to me, Venice is the most beautiful city in the world. I don't choose to travel to Venice. I choose to live in Venice. And that's deep. And he said, and his dream was to live, die here, and be here. And that's what he wanted to do. And he eventually achieved it. So his idea was to take traditional Venetian craftsmanship and put sustainable engines on it, and also help out and inspire the local economy and help out young people get into this again.
And when was the company started?
It was started in 2018.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's what? I lost count what year it is.
Don't worry. You said to me I was bad at counting. How old is your 30-year-old son?
Yeah, right. Okay.
And apparently we're in Hawaii now, so it's good. There he is. Good to see you guys. Ciao. They are. That's.
Is that Venice on board?
No, that's not Venice on board.
Somebody else. Because we interviewed Venice on board before.
Yeah, Venice on board are cool. Those are called looking for an accident.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, never mind.
That's called danger. I like to call them double danger.
Okay. So before I was talking to this lovely guy behind us that is just looking at us thinking, oh my God, these crazy people. That is our friend Pierangelo. They will say, oh gee, look what it make me do. That is driving us around and he's very young. But I was asking him, how hard it is to navigate this thing. So if I come over and I want to rent this boat, what do I have to do? How easy? Do you train the people? Like me, I'm absolutely useless.
Welcome to the club. That's what I'm living with for 37 years. That seems to work. No, what happens is that you come to us and you say someone comes to us and says, look, I've got absolutely no experience. We have our guides or our captain or our master instructors come out. Yeah. He is our captain. And our master instructors come out and give a 30-minute lesson. And we take as much time as needed to explain the history of the boat, number one, where they're going, and how to navigate the boat. But the most important thing is that we don't allow people to go into the canals of Venice. Okay. Because you have to remember that Venice is over 120 islands. Yeah. And so we have a GPS on board.
What we are doing at the moment is something particular. Because you're driving the boat is because we wanted to show Venice in a certain way. But if somebody comes and rents, unless he rents it with a captain, if they're going around the road,
actually, believe it or not, we're working on that.
No, cool.
We're working on that.
See, talking about Star Trek.
Working on that, yes. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. And then we also have a tracker inside the office that allows us to see where the guests are going.
Just in case they start wondering where they should go and end up. Excuse me, I'm in Croatia.
And it's always the Germans. God bless them. I'm joking. No, so it's super easy. We've had over 1,000 guests and no problems whatsoever. No problems whatsoever because the lagoon is so expansive.
Yeah, and I did a lovely trip with you. I think it was last year. It was it was just when we came out of lockdown. Yeah. And you got different type of boats that you can rent. So do you want to explain what you got?
So this boat here we have is a toppetta, and this is kind of a modern version of the Venetian traditional toppetta. And we have 6 types of these boats here with that you can drive without a license, without a driver. And then we have Sweet Molly. These are the boats that you rent with captain. We have Sweet Molly from 1938. So all of you people keeping track, that's some old-timey stuff there. Yes, that's my old-timey voice for you guys keeping track. So the boat is from 1938, and what's cool about her is that we integrated a modern hybrid system inside of it.
Okay.
So this modern hybrid system is unique because it's the only one in Europe right now.
Oh, wow.
It's the only one in Europe that's operating on an automatic hybrid system.
Okay.
The other hybrid boats that are here are operating on an older system that's been around since the 1800s,
Okay.
early 1900s. Our system works like a Toyota Prius,
Okay.
like the car. So everything is all on one automatic lever. You don't change, you don't have to switch buttons or tap
Okay.
anything.
So the engine decides when it's time to
exactly. So
to switch
the
from one to
more
the other.
so if you're going, for example, 1,300 RPM, it stays in electric. It knows. If it goes up to 1,700, the hybrid engine starts, and then the diesel and half the electric starts in together. And this cuts down emission by about 60%.
And also the noise, because I notice it now as a well.
With us, and they're working with Venice a lot to get that going. And we're the first boat to have port engines for us.
And before I didn't realize we actually set off, and I said to him, "Are we moving?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "We what? The engine is on." He said, "No, no, the engine is on." So it was like really is actually it's got the same feeling of when you go on a gondola.
Absolutely.
A bit faster and a bit. Let's say
it's
a bit. I feel a bit
it
safer.
feels cool, right?
Yeah,
And you don't get all, and you get
apart from that, you forgot to put the cushions, but I forgive you for that. Is ever
Can I
dry?
throw myself out of the water?
It's okay. Okay. Talking about that, canals. I'll ask the captain.
Sure.
What's that? Che parla inglese? Hola! He speaks English. Okay.
His mom's from England.
Oh, okay. You're the one with the English mom. Okay, got you now.
Yeah.
How deep are the canals in here?
So when there's like low tide and really, really shallow water, there can be even no water in the canals. And then it depends obviously from the tide, but usually we've got maximum 1 meter of water in the canals.
So if I fall, I don't drown. Well, no, I'll probably drown anyway because I'm so short, but that's fine. So actually, so actually, this is fundamentally Lormezini, right?
Yeah.
See, I know where I am now. So we're actually gonna pass on the
quick
right hand
spot.
side.
This is a great little bar if you want a really cheap drink, but done well. Right over here, Dodo's Cafe.
So on the right hand side, we're gonna pass the ghetto in a minute. So just so you got an idea where we are. But as I repeat, you cannot do it unless you do it with Pierangelo, so that's fine. Okay, so you even when you go around, so I noticed that when we were going with Lady Betty was so quiet.
Yeah, that's an interesting boat because she's from 1894, and this boat was part of Queen Victoria's fleet.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me.
And it was her admiral's boat during 1894. And I don't know. Every time I talk about Lady Betty, I want to go. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. All right, Governor. Sorry, my English friend. I don't know why I did that. Sorry, I'm American. Nobody's perfect.
Well, you're not actually American, are you?
No, my family's from Italy.
Okay, so let's talk about you.
But I want to go back to Lady Betty.
Okay, go back to Lady Betty.
We're skipping around.
Okay. Well, that's the way. That's the beauty of my interviews.
I know. I love it.
I know. Yeah, otherwise you just
being with Monica is like.
Talks a man that you know. Okay, right.
Being with Monica is like cooking a 12-course Michelin meal with Robin Williams. Okay.
And by the way, never done drugs in my life. For the only reason because people said to me, if you ever took drugs, oh my God.
No, you don't need drugs.
Yeah,
you don't need it. No, you are a
anyway,
natural stimulant. So back to Lady Betty.
Back to business.
1894. And what's cool about this boat, it used to have a steam engine. We took out the steam engine.
Okay. Yeah, because it would have been
a little bit of a problem.
Toot.
Exactly. Is it toot toot? It's more like a honk.
But in Italy it's toot, you know.
Okay.
Okay, for your head, you. She keeps going.
So
we keep going underneath bridges, and I'm so worried that Rebecca's gonna knock her head off in a minute.
No, Rebecca's fine. She's fine. And then, so the boat's from 1894, whatever we're going on. Yeah, so we took out that engine. We put a hybrid engine inside from Thames Electric, and we worked on that with them. And what's great about all these hybrid and electric boats is the capacity. We have really wonderful batteries, these lithium-ion batteries. And the capacity, you can go, on, for example, on this boat, 8 hours, no problem, without a charge. And
So you
that
could
makes
definitely
it,
go to Croatia. You're getting
well,
lost.
a little bit more speed would be
Yeah.
good. But I
Okay,
think it
yeah.
is a solution for Venice. It is
Yeah.
definitely a solution with all
Yeah.
the traffic that goes on.
Yeah. And the two, Sweet Molly and Lady Betty, how many people can you take for?
Lady Betty, we can put 12 persons. On Sweet Molly, we have 8 persons.
So it's actually very good if you have like to organize, if you have a birthday, you want to organize a different type of excursion party and whatever. And
Yeah.
I know you usually use it to go to the outside, right, of a lagoon.
Yeah, we normally go into the lagoon with it, but we get a lot of requests, believe it or not, for films.
Oh,
We do
okay.
a lot of films.
Okay.
And so we always get a lot of people wanting to do our film. You're going to hear a lot of people screaming at us right now.
Yeah, because
they're not mad, but they
yeah,
know us.
they know him, they know me,
Perangelo.
so yeah, they know all of
So
us.
they're
So
gonna
this is
start
our
screaming.
turf.
And,
So you know.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got to be careful.
You know, there's going to be no hit here. Don't worry. These are good Italians.
Yeah.
And in any case, yeah. So we get called out to do a lot of films, a lot of weddings, lots of
Okay.
weddings.
Okay.
And I don't know.
Can you imagine? Oh, Rebecca, that's a good hint. Keep in mind, good wedding.
A lot of weddings.
Sweet Molly, Lady Betty. Sweet Molly. Keep changing the name.
You got one for me? What about? I don't have one. Come on, later. I'm coming back. Yeah, not you. I don't want you. I want a drink. Like, I know I'm looking good and stuff, you know, and she's like, yo.
By the way, may I remind you, your wife is gonna see this.
Yeah, she knows all about me.
Ah,
She
okay,
knows,
right.
And she laughs.
She's actually watching live thinking, it's not like that, it's not like that. She's actually putting all the comments, asking the questions.
She said,
Yeah, she did.
Total liar.
Yeah, absolutely. No, she was just looking at me. She's like, can you please go away? I want to
Take
enjoy
it.
my drink without looking at the back of your head. I'm about to vomit in this drink. That's what she was really saying.
Anyway,
Okay,
back to
back.
the boats. Okay,
Okay.
so you use them for this big party. As you can see,
Rein it in.
it's hard not to have a good time and be elated when you are at a beautiful level.
Absolutely.
Because I think this Venice on a boat is totally another city.
Absolutely.
It's not the same. You haven't done Venice if you haven't been on a boat, I think.
You said it all. You
Yeah.
said it all. Without being on a boat, you really don't experience what Venetians experience
Yes,
every
exactly.
day. And then
By the way, what boat is that?
this is a bragozzo.
Okay.
This was a traditional kind of Venetian transport boat. That's the kind of.
I knew, but I wanted to see if you knew.
Oh, okay.
No,
sorry.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
She
I'm
knows her
kidding.
stuff. And then we got a sandalo over there. You know that.
My first boat ride.
Really, on the sandalo?
Yes.
How did you do?
No, I didn't. I was on the ride. I was reading.
okay.
No, I don't know how to. Can you row?
I know very little. I've done it before with my uncle. Like when I'm with him, it's okay.
Mhm.
And I did it with. I tried a gondola as well.
Okay.
The gondola was harder.
Okay. Can I know about your uncle because he's got a very particular story?
Yeah, totally. I was just watching someone.
Yeah,
walk
I
by.
bet you were.
No. It was a unique walk. It was very Velociraptor-esque.
Yeah. Let's go back.
Yeah.
To it.
So my uncle on my mom's side was a wonderful, amazing Venetian guy who unfortunately passed away. So I have to do the Italian nod. And what was great about him was he has all these amazing stories. Being a gondoliere.
Oh, he was a gondoliere, yeah.
Exactly. And he was the first private gondoliere in all of Venice, and he was the gondoliere for Peggy Guggenheim.
Okay, Peggy Guggenheim. Okay, guys, we're not talking about Peggy Guggenheim. Wow.
Yeah, PG.
Yeah.
There she is.
Wow. So he's the guy that you see in all the photos when she's in the gondola.
Yeah.
man?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He was a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
He had
So
it
how
going
come you didn't become a gondolier?
on. Look at me. Like
Aw.
no. This is not going to become a gondoliere. This no. You gotta be a different kind of man for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're
but
not going to that.
but it's funny. I went from his gondola to a surfboard. That's where I feel more comfortable.
Okay.
But but what's great about having that history with an uncle who is so connected to
Yes.
rowing
Yeah.
and knowing all about rowing and also boating, then the natural transition was, of course, to move to Venice, work on boats, and help my good friend Carl out with this company and
Yeah.
get it going where it should be.
And also, I think having this background of traditional boating, so you actually very concerned about how to do sustainable tourism.
Absolutely.
That it couldn't just be about going out on a boat with an engine and just renting it out. It had to be something that could fit into the life of Venice. Later on, we're actually going to be interviewing We Are Here Venice.
Yeah, oh, cool.
Yes.
We Are Here Venice?
Yeah.
Guess what? We Are Here Venice. That's his mom's.
That's your mom. Are you? Oh, you're Jane's son.
Yep.
Oh my God, your mom was supposed to be. Okay, I didn't know. This is not being staged. Your mom was supposed to be in the interview, but she had to go to the Biennale, so she sent a substitute. Well, we didn't get Jane, but we got her son. Oh, so happy to meet you. Oh, I didn't know that.
But this is the beauty of Venice.
Okay, and we
because
didn't plan visa.
We're a little bit incestuous here. You know, it's all like,
Why it's only 50,000 people. Okay, so yeah, we're interviewing them because of what we wanted to do about today. We named actually the day wrong. We shouldn't have called them boats. It should have been Venice and water.
Oh, cool.
Because the idea was to show the strong connection, the spiritual connection that Venice has with the water, with the lagoon, the Venetian have with the boats. And it is not just the postcard picture everybody has of the gondola. It's so much more. And the Venetian and the tourists can come and explore and experience that.
Absolutely.
But there isn't just, okay, I cannot, let's say, afford to go on a gondola. I want to do something else. I want to leave it. You can do rowing, you can do this, you can do canoe, because you also have
we have a kayak and canoe company and Venice Kayak. But what we do is we focus on the lagoon and showing people the salt marshes, the depleted salt marshes, because at one point the salt marshes of Venice was about 75%. Now it's down to only 6%, 8%. And so a very important part, what we do with Venice Kayak, is to show the guest what's going on with over-tourism, what's going on when you're using combustion engines, when you're using big boats and commercial ships, what it does to the marine life. And the majority of our customers are Venetian. And so it's something that we like to use. It's our sister company that's more of the informative company about what's happening to the lagoon.
And I think it's what's important, that's what's missing right now in general, is that we need to educate people, and that was the reason of Live-in-Venice Week, is to educate people to experience Venice in a much better way, in the correct way, and that means staying longer. Okay.
Absolutely.
Use the resources of the city, and that means all the Venetians that you like art, you do art. You like artists, you do artists. You like sport, you like this.
There's nature. There's lots of nature out here. Yeah. And one of the things that you said about staying longer, that I can't stress that enough. The majority of people that come to Venice, I think now it's down to like 1.3 days, and you really don't get to experience Venice in 1.3 days. There's so much more here. It's so much more than just seeing San Marco. Granted, San Marco is beautiful, you should see it, but sorry, heavy metal.
We forgot to tell him to switch his phone off.
That was the most rookie.
Yeah, okay, never mind. We forgive you.
That was the most rookie mistake ever.
Yeah, la la.
What a rookie mistake. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's okay. Your equipment is safe. By the way, have we got any questions? Anybody's following us? Sorry?
Any questions out there?
I can't. Give me. I'll do it. It's okay. You wanna give it
Is
to me?
anybody out there?
Okay, we're okay. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So we carry on. We're still on. The stream is still there. Oh my God, I can't believe this is working. I'm so happy about it.
Of course it is.
I'm so happy about it. You're gonna
There are a couple of dropouts, but
that's fine.
Couple of dropouts?
That's fine, but we got that recording.
not
So
school dropouts.
No, okay, that's what I'm working on a joke there for that. You got me.
So now, Pierangelo. Forget about him.
Yeah, forget about
So
me.
we did the Cannereggio. Where are we going now?
Now we're going towards Arsenale,
Okay.
doing little canals.
Okay.
So we see a bit of the real Venice.
I'll ask you something now. As a young man living in Venice. So first of all, obviously you're driving this, but how old were you when you drove your first boat with your dad? And by the way, everybody's going, oh my God, it's Francesco's son,
Check for me.
5 years old, more or less.
Shout!
5 years old.
Okay. That's the first time?
That's the first time I started driving.
Oh wow, 5 years old, guys, you know. Like most of the kids learn to go on a bicycle.
When did you steal your first boat?
Oops!
Oh, sorry.
Shouldn't say this.
6 years old, probably.
Drunk or sober?
Drunk.
Oh, so true Venetian, so true Venetian. Okay,
Just managed to ruin the entire reputation.
how did you get of the family the most? How did you get
Sorry.
involved? How did you get involved in this?
Good question.
Oh, you
Big
know.
question.
No, because you're young. But he's, you know,
Yeah.
he's a friend on a natural
This is
person.
funny.
He's looking
Right.
with worried eyes at you.
Because he's worried.
Like,
No,
how did I
he's so
meet you?
worried he's gonna get sacked. He ain't gonna
How
sack you.
did I meet you?
You remember?
Yeah, like I was coming back from a summer job, and like my brother called me and said, "Yeah, I've got a friend of mine that he's looking for."
Well, let's go.
a young-"
Let's go back because I went to. No.
Wait, let's
I
go
went-
still back.
No, I went to your house with his brother because I was working with his brother's organization, great organization called Venice Calls.
Oh
a
yes,
group of
yeah,
young
yeah, of course, yeah.
Venetian kids who are trying to clean the lagoon of
Yeah,
Venice.
yeah, of course.
And
yeah.
they're incredible, and so I definitely say check them out. Venice
Yeah.
Calls.
Did they clean the Sant'Erasmo 2 years ago?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
did.
I
They
was
always
there.
clean it.
Yeah, I cleaned it
Always
with them.
clean
Yeah, I did it
Yeah,
with them.
it was Kick Out Plastic that we did. That.
Yeah.
That was I
No.
started. I started at the Kick Out Plastic.
I
That was
didn't
my,
know that.
that was my
Okay.
thing. But
See, I told you, it's so small, this city. You do things you don't even
Venice
know you're
Calls
doing it
were
together.
the first organization to start regular
Yeah,
cleanups all the time, and they deserve a lot of credit. I hope they get a Nobel Peace Prize. They
So
deserve
you
it.
called.
I
Yeah.
went to his brother's house. I went to his house because it's your brother too. It's your house.
Their
And so
house.
I went to the house and I saw this beautiful boat being worked on. I said, "Wow, who worked on this boat? It's so pristine." And he goes, "Oh, it's my brother. Oh, my little brother." I go, "No, I want to know your little brother.
Oh my God.
I want to meet him. I want him to come. I want to meet him."
So you actually,
And he was like 17, 18 years old at the time.
and he was actually working on both.
Yeah.
Wow, you're talented. Wow.
Best mistake ever. Love him. Love him.
Can't get rid of him. Can't get rid of him. Oh, I bet you use him well over girls.
He's amazing. No, he's
Yeah.
amazing. He's like, you know, when you have Lionel Messi,
Yeah.
he's one of these people who's just naturally gifted with a boat. And it's because of Venice. He's just connected to the sea, the boat, and he understands. He can tell when a boat is wrong.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's something that you have to have had lived
Yeah.
with. That was hard to get. Have had mainframe breakdown.
But that's why I was asking why go involved, because you know, there are young people in Venice, but generally I see them going around with a little ball, going to music lawn, blah, blah, blah. To do this is something totally different. You know,
Yeah.
it is, you know.
But he drives.
Is it
He's like when we have tours on Sweet Molly or Lady Betty. He's our driver. He's our guy.
Wow.
And it's really funny though because people don't expect a young guy to be there. The guy who does all the who's also working as a master boat builder in our company, the son of the master boat builder, he's like 22 years old.
Wow. You got all young
We have
people.
all young people working with us, and we also have some refugees working with us as well.
Oh,
from
okay. That's
war-torn
interesting.
areas.
Okay.
And it's been part of our project to get people to work in from all walks of life because that is Venice. Venice is a collective whole of the whole world.
During lunch today, we were talking with Alberto. We were saying it's a multicultural city, and it's really funny. Venetians forgot about this.
Yeah.
But none of them are Venetians.
No.
They're all multicultural.
Exactly.
You know, and that's what makes Venice so particular, so special. By the way, I never done this.
Never?
No, this way. No. How? You come with boat? I haven't been by boat. This is new for me too, guys. Okay, it's Rebecca is like going, whoa. You got to see her face. No, you're enjoying it. You're really enjoying it.
Rebecca right now has Robert De Niro face. She's like, pretty good. Huh?
Yeah, and I'm good with these things. So anyway, in a second we're gonna stop talking. That way Rebecca can actually show you where we're going. Yes, she said finally.
Yeah.
Shut up, Monica. Okay, so she's gonna turn around. If you lose the image, I hope we don't. Yeah, go on. Yeah, she's gonna go like this. But okay. So we're gonna be careful not to swear and say things.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that the phone is off.
No, mai fatta questa. Ma questa bellissima, mai fatta. Ma questa dovevo venire con mamma. E poi mi manda questa forma e dice no, ma tu devi fare una cosa della bellissima. E mi ha mandato una di queste. Pensa, allora alla fine ho avuto la Laura. No, che dopo si vanno a questa credo e altro un altro film con l'intervista. Vista alla fine la famiglia da Mosco l'ho avuta lo stesso. But no, the world is small. The world is so small.
Especially if you're a midget.
Tell me what can you see? Can you see me?
I see.
Yes, we don't see you.
Gosh.
She's good. Okay, now I can see you. Okay, it's fine. To be honest, I would prefer it this way, but don't worry about it.
Can you see a bit? See even bit.
Which intro? Which intro?
So we're not gonna talk because we're enjoying the drive.
Okay, just go for the 4 gig. That was important.
Oops, you forgot to wear here.
You totally forgot. Oops. That was Carl, our owner, asking me if I wanted a 4 gigabyte one or an 8 gigabyte one. Talks amongst yourselves and imagine what it could be.
The chat goes crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I never done this. How can you come to Venice like
No.
nearly every day and still don't?
Go on, film director. Just don't get my head.
See, that's what happens. This is what happens when you go with a motorboat.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, motondoso.
Absolutely. Oh, Johnny boy.
Okay.
They
You wanna
do
come
sing.
back to? You wanna come back to us? Yeah.
The gondola guys here always sing Irish songs. We know that.
Look how good she is. This woman is amazing. You
Wow.
have got no idea what
Irish.
tricks she's
Could you give
doing.
us a little example of...
No. By the way, we're live, eh?
Oh, we still
have
are.
it
Oh
open.
my!
We're
I
always
totally
still
forgot.
live.
I totally forgot. I'm so sorry.
We're still live.
I'm a professional person. I have a bank account.
Okay, guys, if you want to book your tour,
cool.
you got to do it with him. Okay.
2 weeks booked is all cancelled.
All cancelled. All cancelled. All
This is
cancelled.
cosa Sandro.
Yes, that's the one I did.
Torno.
I did it the first time with Rovenis.
Rovenis
And
are the best.
we interviewed them this morning.
They're super cool. We love
Yes.
them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I like about it as well, about the boating world of Venice. You have so many Voga associations.
Yeah.
And all the other associations that you kind of all work together.
We all work. I send so many customers to Row Venice. People ask me, "Oh, what should we do next?" I always say, "Go to Row Venice. Go. Go in a gondola." I do tell people it is beautiful. It is an art.
Oh, and so you know, we had how do you say 40 program in English?
Outside the program.
Yeah, outside the program, me and Rebecca actually got invited on a gondola ride. We weren't meant to, but we pretty enjoyed it. And you will probably see some videos later, but it wasn't live. It wasn't official, but we loved it. And it was Rebecca's first time on a gondola.
Ooh.
She was so happy. And it is. I remember the first time I went on a sandalo, I'd never been. It was 12 years. I remember just the fact that to be able to go so near to the walls and to see from here. You're not seeing it from, you're seeing it like this. And you get to
This is a
over
really
back to
beautiful little alleyway here. This is one of my favorite little areas here. This house is incredible.
So where are we now? Because I'm totally lost now. I'm totally out of my.
No, we are behind the San Giovanni Paolo.
Ah, okay. Yes, okay. And can you hear how quiet it is? It's like if we were going rowing.
Yeah.
Oh no, actually the row makes more noise because you go plop, plop, plop.
Exactly. That was actually an authentic sound. Plop, plop, plop.
I'm good.
You're very good.
I'm good.
For your sound
I
effect
keep saying,
needs.
look, you should put me on TV. I keep telling everybody.
For your sound effect needs, please go to Monica.
.com. Don't forget the .com.
.com.
Look at that. I mean, come on. And we're very lucky the weather. If we had yesterday weather, I would have cried. But today,
Get bored of it. You never get bored. With us, it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us, it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep.
a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Like a fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Oh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you're just sleep. With us it's all or nothing. Oh, but guess I need more of you.
champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they let me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round, yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my
champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come out with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you.
Good evening. Welcome to Live-in-Venice Week, brought to you by SofaTours. We are in the beautiful neighborhood of Canareggio at the Casa Gredo, and we are very grateful to them for hosting this conversation we will have with a representative from We Are Here Venice. And I'm very excited about this conversation because it is something I'm rather passionate about. And I would like to introduce you to Laura Onofri, and she is on the board of advisors of We Are Here Venice, and
I am a professor of economics at the University of Padua, and I'm very happy to be here, that you have invited me here. Good evening to everybody, and I'm very happy to be available to your questions and your curiosity.
We are too.
Yes, thank you very much.
If you could give us a brief description or overview of We Are Here Venice for people that don't necessarily know who you are.
We Are Here Venice is a non-profit organization that was founded in 2015 by Jane D'Amosto and Liza Fiore. And it gathers in loco small group of activists and researchers, but it's starting to have a big network, national, international network. And the main mission is trying to provide science-based solutions to practical empirical problems of the city. And it is the actions, the activities of the organization are mostly organized on 3 lines of action. One is Venice and its lagoon, and that's the one that is dearest to me, the one where I'm more active, and then we can talk more. Another one is language of value. So it's about finding trends and indicators that represent what Venice and what living in Venice should be now and in the future, to be very specific. And the third one is sharing knowledge, is exchange of knowledge, third action line, which tends to try to get feedback from the people, from the local population, and to exchange our results with a number of activities like the manifesto that you maybe have seen in the city, and the posters, campaigns, and many other activities. The main activity, I'm in the advisory board together with other colleagues, but the main activity that the line of action that I follow is the one about Venice and its lagoon, which is very linked to the topic of tourism that you have invited us to talk about.
Yes.
So if you want to ask me whatever you want,
I understand that, I mean, the lagoon and Venice are inextricably linked. There's no way that you can talk about Venice in any way without talking about the lagoon. And the lagoon needs to be protected to keep the city alive.
Exactly, that's a very good start, because we have started from this assumption. Many people, even we know very well, living in Venice, that the lagoon is an amazing, it's interlinked with the city, with the city center. But many people, even in mainland, don't even know that. That's very, let me be critical, but what we focused is that it's true, our shift of paradigm, theoretical, that is stimulating a lot of research that wants to be policy oriented, so we want to solve problems, is related to the fact that the lagoon, seen as an economist, is a stock of natural capital. And as we know, capital is a resource that produces value, that has a value and produces value. So we know from science results that the lagoon, as a stock of natural capital, produces ecosystem services which are flows of value, produces benefits to humanity that I will tell you, which are listed by the UN, which can be monetized by our statistical and mathematical technologies. So what we try to do is to shift, to get out from the conservationist paradigm, say, okay, we need to pay for the lagoon, to conserve the lagoon, because we know that the lagoon is perfectly able to self-support with its services itself, and the conservationism has to be done, the investment in protecting the lagoon has to be done in order to, because the lagoon provides services that also protect the city. For instance, the more salt marshes are in the lagoon, the more restoration of the salt marshes, the more protection you have against the high tide, the acqua alta, and many other. The lagoon provides services that sequestrate the carbon sequestration, as I was telling you, that offsets the CO2 emissions, the sediment retention, water purification, but also in the UN protocols, ecotourism, which is something we want to develop as an alternative, profitable alternative to the main cultural tourism that is pressurizing. Do you say this in English? The city.
It's a great description.
Because as I said, as I told you before we started, being science-based, we have more questions than answers, and that's my talk here. It's just stimulating the debate, providing some food for thought. I'm not here telling you we should do this, and that. If we knew, we would have already solved many problems that affect the city. We try to think in a different way and to provide scientific background to that way. And we are a team of ecologists, biologists, computer scientists, artists, activists, economists, because then when we go to the policymaker, maybe the mayor, it's a terrible word, how do you pronounce it? Mayor of Venice, or the prime minister in Rome, we give them facts, values, numbers, which are solidly computed. So we try to be more convincing.
And not emotional in nature.
We are also emotional in nature.
Yes,
I mean, we cannot be emotional. That's a city. I mean, for instance, that's a city. Let me get out my professor role.
Okay, please.
You know, this is an aristocratic city. Look at the history, the beauty. And when you see the people walking with the hot pants and the plastic slippers, I mean, I feel like go away from this city. I'm sorry to say so. I mean, just respect where you are.
I thought it was just me because I'm getting older.
No, yeah, and then they even not to go so far, because then I say when they shower in the fountains, and we have in the morning, you know, we have in the newspapers the day after. But let me go back
Diving off bridges,
and so that's the way. Let me be an economist. They consume the city, and so the question is, since they are purchasers of a service, of a good, and so the question is, what kind of consumers do we want? Because what kind of supply do we want to provide, to give?
Yes.
Do we want to? And that's an open question that we try to discuss, to address.
Yes.
Our solution, our suggestion is that, look, the lagoon is a resource. It's a capital which has a value, and maybe we could shift some consumers, some tourists as consumers, to visit our fantastic islands, to bike in the wetlands like they do in the polders in the Netherlands, for instance. We can restructure all the beautiful houses of the fishermen that are abandoned in the island, so that the people can stay longer, which doesn't mean you come to Venice to do a camping in Isola delle Vignole, but it means that maybe you can stay there, take a boat, come and visit the city and go back there. So just to develop alternative solutions.
I have a big question. I don't know if I want to interrupt your train of thought, but with the big water a year and a half ago and then the pandemic, the city has been closed off, and there's been time to think about some solutions to that. Like what kind of tourism, what kind of consumer do we want to invite? Do you feel like the powers that be have gained some vision on that, or do you feel discouraged by that, a lack thereof?
Cynically, I will reply you very cynically, because it's like everybody's telling all the pandemic. Let me be very direct. The pandemic will teach us something.
Yes.
I will say 2 world wars didn't. So what can we learn? Of course, what we have experienced is that less tourists can still spur our touristic sector, because they go in a different niche of or a different segment of demand and supply, which implies less consumers at a higher price. But again, is it sustainable? Or in next year it will be exactly the same like before the pandemic, and more intellectually honest? Is it because it's not only a typical supply and demand reasoning here? Again, should we ban those who cannot afford certain facilities that were more developed during the pandemic for those who could? So that's a lot of open questions that we have to address. I reply to you as a person, I'm very cynical. 2 world wars didn't teach us much. So I don't think the pandemic will do more. Maybe not in the long run. Maybe in the short year, but not in the long run. I would like to be wrong. That's, I tell you, I would like to be wrong. And I hope I'm wrong. But that's my answer at the moment.
Okay. I think we have a question. It's come in. 2 questions.
So number 1, how is the NGO sponsored? And number 2, do you collaborate with UNESCO?
Okay, very good point. The NGO is sponsored with donations, but we also have programs. We also participate to European calls for programs. It's also sponsored. I'm a professor. I am a UN consultant. I work for the World Bank as a consultant, and it's sponsored with work pro bono. That's also a way to sponsor the organization, me and other colleagues. And we have an international network of professors and UN agencies, and with the UNESCO we have a dialogue. We don't have a collaboration, but for instance we have a colleague from the University of Padova that collaborates on a project and is head of a UNESCO program. So we talk. We have multi-levels talks. How do you say? Could you please back me up with my English?
No, you're doing it.
So yeah, partially yes. So that's
what's going on.
And so that's our main, let's say, our main point is really looking at the lagoon as a capital that produces value, that can shift somehow, also create a value, and then I'll tell you the results of the preliminary paper we have if you want to be a little bit scientific. Produces value that can offset other activities which are maybe more pressurizing of the city. Because we have to acknowledge the reality that this city is very delicate, and that's a tautology, do you say? It's something so trivial, but nobody remembers that. And and we also are aware that we cannot remove tourism out of the topic. I mean, we should find that perfect balance if it exists.
Where is it?
Exists. Because another problem is that, even developing countries are strongly incentivized by the World Bank to develop nature-based tourism. Because tourism is an industry that produces quickly wealth and value, And it also has, particularly, it's very difficult to compute economically because it has a kind of multiplicator effect, which is distributed on a lot of other ancillary economic activities. So it's an amazing developing and wealth instrument. We cannot forget about that.
Yeah.
We cannot say, okay, we are here bored, we lend our job, our time to this NGO. No, we are practical science-based. So we know there are realities, there are empirical realities we cannot ignore.
Yes.
Tourism and Venice are interconnected.
Yes. Yes.
What tourism? It's an open question. What consumers? It's an open question. What suppliers? Is an open question. Where, when, and how are open questions. We have, for instance, again, computed the value of the ecosystem services in Venice, and we have, for instance, found out. You can find our paper. It's a working paper from the Fondazione Eni Enrico Mattei. At the moment, this is just a working paper, but we have computed with a solid background published and so on and so forth, with methodologies that are well acknowledged, not with a rule of the thumb, that then Lagoon produces in 1 year as much value as the one produced in 1 year by the cruise sector, as that value is declared in the public documents. So it's the cruise sector in Venice produces €500,000 per year, because mostly this is an industry where everything, all the exchanges occur inside the cruise ship, and so in Venice there is mostly they pay for the port services and few other services, and that value can be achieved by the ecosystem in 1 year by the ecosystem services provided by the lagoon. That would be aquaculture and traditional fishery. That would be carbon sequestration, which means sequestrating all the CO2 emissions from the activities that take care in Venice. One of them is the central heatings and the transports and so on and so forth, but also the water purification. You know that in Venice we drink water from the tap from the and this is because there are the sediments of the lagoon that purify that water, because the policymaker doesn't think that if they had to start paying for that service, that would be worth €200,000 per year. That's what we have computed. And then we take for granted this service. When we open the water, we all drink the water, the tap water in Venice. Because the lagoon is providing that ecosystem service. And if we compute, I'm just quoting some of them, this value, we can offset the value of the cruise tourism. We are not saying we don't want the cruise ships. We are saying, look, policymaker, this is a science-based answer to a problem. You choose. You choose.
So amazing.
Yes.
How does the Comune di Venezia or the state entities in general help your activity?
They are helping, facilitating us, our research. They are listening to us. They are open to the debate. We have exchanges. Sometimes they are very Italian, let's put it this way, and but they listen to us again because we know the policymaker. By definition, I'm an economist. The science of scarce resources. When you have to make choices with scarce resources, of course, it's normal that you prefer the hospital over the lagoon restoration. That's pretty normal. You construct it. But when we talk money, we say, look, nature has a value. Make nature count. Also in Venice, with the double meaning of counting and giving a value. They listen. And then we have a lot of interfaces they facilitate us because they are helping us. I can't say more, maybe next year, but they are helping us. It's a next episode.
Okay. Gladly.
Next
Gladly.
episode, yes, and they are facilitating a lot. They understood our
so good
mission.
to know.
Yes,
it's because that scares me. I've only lived here a year and a half, but it's been a city. I came here because I love the city and I wanted to be here, living person. So that's exciting for me to know.
You have to convince them, of course.
Yes.
It's not that you go there and say, "Hey, you," you know. But then when they understand, they listen, they understand, and then they facilitate. I mean, at least for my experience. And I work with, We Are Here Venice is a young institution.
Yes.
It's only 6 years old, kindergarten. And I work with them for the last 2 years. So but my experience, we were helped. Let's put it this way. Yes.
It's good to know.
Yes.
It's really great to know. So, what else? I mean, so that sounded hopeful. Are you hopeful about other things?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm hopeful because also another mission, another activity is refers to the fact that everybody loves Venice in their way.
Yes.
And so we are trying to put together a network of experts international to be more credible. And you see there are a lot of people, even big professors, I've given you some names, I don't know what, which work pro bono to help. And that makes me, but from everybody to levels, even somebody wants to give you a ride to cross the Canal Grande, and you say, I'm doing a research, I need data, I go there, and they help everybody. So that's my hope is this one, that everybody wants somehow to do something. The problem is that there is a kind of dichotomy between what you aim at and your daily life. And that's a little bit something that should be reconciled in order to be more efficient. Let's put it this way, because of course I want to say Venice, but I also need to live. And I need to earn, and I need to help my family, and I need to send my kids to university. And so that's something that should be found in a way that the ideal and reality converge. Yes, that's really, but at least in the ideals, I see everybody very eager to add at all levels.
That is so cool.
Yes.
And there's another question, I think.
They're asking, can you give some everyday tip to help our city and its lagoon to everybody?
Wow, that's a big question. Makes me a big expert, which I'm not. I mean, it's like cleaning. For instance, sometimes We Are Here Venice organizes campaigns of cleaning the lagoon. So, if we pick tons of plastic bottles, I'm not saying it's the definition. It means somebody threw in the water, threw in the canals, threw in the. That would be a small step, something. Or let's try to use our restaurants, our bars. Like that's something we can learn from the pandemic. No?
Yes.
Trying to stay more in the city, not in our restaurants,
Yes.
to spend more
Yes.
here,
Yes.
to buy in our shops,
Yes. Maybe stop selling water in plastic bottles.
That's another action we want to have. That's something for next episode.
Okay.
Little
Yeah.
things that valorize the city, that makes it. If you can study in Capo, I shouldn't say because I'm from Padua, but if you can study, I mean, it's something. Just leave the city as much as you can. That's our small tips. Is if you can buy here, maybe buy less, and something. If you can, if you have to. Sorry, that's very critical. To
go there.
To rent your house as a B&B, make it an experience that you get to know the people you host, and maybe you have an experience of cultural exchange. It's so that we also get feedback in our second line of action to know how people from outside the city you can help us with giving this instead of just giving the key and sending your maid to clean it. Just make it a personalized. I'm not saying don't rent your house as a B&B. I mean,
but can there can there be some regulation there, because certainly there are many people that own a lot and maybe not rent so much out to tourists and start including more local residents in the.
That's okay. That's another problem.
I know.
That's
I
yes,
know.
that's something because it's a two-faced problem. Many people, even Venetians from generations, found this city claustrophobic, and they need to get out. And again, it's a preference issue. It's a preference structure issue. You cannot. But if you have a house, if you can stay here, maybe it would be better. I don't know. I'm a foresti, as they say here. I fell in love with the city. I came here, I bought a house, I restructured, I live in the city. In the beginning, I was very like, hey, you foresta, we don't like you. Now they all love me. I mean, it's amazing. It's sometimes I'm shocked by the kindness because I was not used in the beginning. So I'm like, whatever. But it's an amazing experience for me living in Venice. Not everybody, even Venetians. I mean, you can force people to stay, but if you can stay,
it's not for everybody. It's but boy, I don't have.
We have a beautiful question. I am a 30-year-old Venetian, and I'm following the interview with a really interest. We are really interested. I would love to collaborate with the NGO. How can I apply?
That's first of all, thank you. And yes, you can look in our site, which is under construction because we're revamping it. Just Google "We Are Here Venice" and you find all the details. Or maybe you can contact you and I'll give you the details and the email of Jane, because as I told you, I'm in secondment. What's the
what?
I'm not the first. I mean, Jane's the
person. Yes.
I don't like to be interviewed, so it's
You're doing wonderful. No, this has been really fantastic.
And so maybe you should contact Jane and come back. Whoever wants to, we are welcome everybody, because that's what we have. It's really an exchange.
Yes.
An exchange.
And the more people involved,
yes,
the better.
Yes.
And is this our cue?
Almost.
Okay.
Yes, it's 6:30 now, so we know that you have a commitment, so you can keep talking us for as long as you want. You just let us know.
Maybe
yes,
if
you
have other questions.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Cool.
Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah. So you're hopeful about things. I guess, and I don't want to end on a negative note, but what concerns you most, if you can say most?
Okay, let's say I told you before I would have liked to be very polite and neutral. Of course, I'm not talking as a We Are Here Venice now representative, okay. Not as a professor, I'm talking as a person.
Okay.
Of course, when I see the big monsters crossing the Giudecca Canal, yours, I live in the neighborhood, and when I'm in my garden, I smell the fuel from the boat, and I know some is approaching. And if you think the paradox that we have to clean our central heating devices every year because of those fuel emissions.
Oh my God!
And that's something I really would like to be regulated.
Yes.
We had, again, going back to the question on the organization, on the local governance, we had a meeting with the port representatives, trying to say, because in our campaign, coastal campaigns, we were very strong with respect to the Grandi Navi problem. We said, okay, we don't want to send people in the street. I mean, job is a very important concern. Work is an important concern. But we were sufficiently lucky 2 years ago, June 2019, that the big boat just hit in a place that was not so relevant. But if it happens in the
Al Pacino.
or if it happens, you know that Japanese think that conservation is simply replacing old stuff. So we can think this way and maybe say, okay, they destroy the Duke, we just remake it, we fix it. But then we don't have the Japanese view of conservation. For us, conservation is keeping what was constructed in that moment. And so what do we want? Again, I'm here to raise questions more than giving answers, because I don't think, I just told you, I'm a scientist, and we raise questions.
Yes.
Then we have the method to address them.
Yes.
But I want to be honest. I'm not here to give solutions. We should do this, this, and that. I don't like this kind of approach.
Right.
And that's
it's very closed up. It's not collaborative.
No, because whenever you determine, you deny all the other solutions.
Exactly.
Omnis determinatio est negatio, the philosopher said. So it's, I'm here to open. It's a pity we don't have a confrontation with the audience, but also to learn more, to get points. So we had this strong confrontation, very Italian, with the port authorities.
Okay.
Which, because they said with your posters, you are saying that people who work with the cruise ships should go in the streets and lose their jobs. And we said, no, let's find solutions. Let's open up to, for instance, they were very open and they asked us to support the idea to create a hub outside the lagoon, in the open sea, so that the people, because again, talking about tourism consumption experiences, many cruisers, we say cruisers, they don't even want to visit Venice. They go to Piazzale Roma, take the bus to Noventa, and go to the outlet. That's a choice. That's a consumption choice.
Okay,
that's a reality.
Yeah.
That's a reality because we have the data.
Yes,
and that's why we want the data, because again, we are science-based.
Yes.
So we gather data, consumption experiences. And so I don't want to be very paradoxically to put my house in danger because a group of people want to purchase in Noventa. They should put park outside and go another way. Exactly. And the others can, I mean, it's and still keep the jobs, and those who bring them, who help, let me use the big boats, the big cruise ships to park inside Venice, they can do helping parking outside Venice, still keeping their job. We don't want people to lose their jobs because we are fancy activists who want to... No, that's not our point. We want to find solutions that have a mutual balance. That's what we want.
And education also needs to happen. I mean, as a traveler many years ago, I would open books and I would read about places and then come slowly and enjoy the city. You know, I have an anecdotal, just overhearing a conversation on a Vaporetto. A young couple clearly had arrived to Venice on a ship. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the young man looked at the young woman and said, I think we've seen Venice. Let's go back to the ship and swim. And I think that says a lot.
Says a lot. Says a lot. Again,
it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they'd probably been here for 3 hours, and they thought they had seen us.
But I also can tell you, I have friends, again, who just came to Rialto, bought the glass balls, and didn't even want to go to San Marco Square. They said that's enough of the city. And for me, it's like in Romagna we say, let me say in Italian, bestemmiare chiesa, to curse in the church, because it's something. I mean, amazing. But again, as an economist, each one has a preference structure and chooses its consumption experience. Could we blame on them? Again, that's an open question.
It is an
For them, consuming the city was up to the point.
Yes.
Should we tell them? Because then the question, are we so arrogant that we want to tell them how to consume the city? Yeah, that's another open question.
I can be guilty of that.
Of course, maybe they knew more, but maybe they know and don't care. That's again, education can be an input, but not necessarily a preference formation. So what do we do? We have to learn, we have to observe, we have to base on data, and then to really sit everybody at the table and say, we have this big, huge corpus of studies that we are working hard internationally. I told you, there are big professors from Columbia University, from the UN, who work pro bono to help. They put their time instead of doing something else to work with us. And then when we have all the big picture, maybe we should really talk in a deeper way, but always with the data. What we like is talking with facts, data, and with the idea that we all love Venice, we all want to keep this city alive, and that problems are difficult to solve. It's not, okay, we know, te lo dico io, come si fa.
We could go on. I mean, I would, but I know we can't. So, but this is a very big conversation that what a wonderful start, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you all for visiting with us, and there's still more to come this evening on Live in Venice Week. But very, very, very big thanks to you. I'm very excited about
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes. And next year.
Next year
more,
will be-
and there will be more information.
Next
for us.
episode.
Yes, I love that. Next episode. Thank you so much. Take care. Good night.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul, I'm a true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over.
With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am in my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, cleaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over. no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue, on the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing, but guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Live in Venice with SofaTours. We are at our last interview of the day. Thank you so much if you've been watching so far. It's been a day all about boats and about water because of course Venice, the historic centre, has also a really, really important connection with the lagoon and water. So we are here in the Associazione Mutuo Soccorso dei Carpentieri e Calafati, okay, with the president Cesare Peris. So, first question is, what is this in English? Okay, shall we translate this name in English so that you know where we are?
Yes. This is not properly an association. This is society.
Society.
So, a mutual aid society, and it takes origin from the middle of the last century.
So the founding, the date is?
1867.
1867. So this is one of the oldest associations in Venice, one of the oldest associations.
Yeah, this is the old association.
The oldest association. Okay.
In Venice, that was founded on 1st April 1867.
1867.
Some months after Austrian leave the city. So became the Italians. And there was it was necessary to have a society that give to the people working in the square, that means with the shipbuilders.
And we visited a square before where they make the boats and the gondolas and other types of traditional boats.
To have protection from the injury, personal injury, or from death. And in this case, the society had this this way to protect the people that want to come inside,
join the society
with this association.
And the societies of the Carpentieri, which are
the Carpentieri are shipbuilders,
and the Calafati, which are the caulkers in English. Okay, I think we need to explain what caulkers do. And we have some excellent guides to show you. So let's have a look at the equipment for
that's very
caulkers. Okay.
Yes, that's the same equipment throughout the centuries that are very old from the okay.
Okay, so
the green, everything is the bolt. So without bolt, there is no caulkers. And these are the instruments that we use. This that was canopy. How do you say?
This is a kind of stuffing or hemp.
And this was important because it was fitting between the space
planks
of
wood of the boat.
And using this that maybe not call
a type of chisel.
So I show you. This was putting with a wooden hammer and sape. It was inside this part of the boat that may call in Italian opera viva. That is the part of the boat that is under the water. So this work using this part, it needed to avoid the boat having filled by the water, and the complete of this part of the canal was used by this one that is called.
This is tar.
Yes, but the name is Pegola. It means something.
We'll put the translation up later. Subtitles.
And it's something that, like glass in nature, now it's prohibited because of it's very, how can I say?
Toxic.
Yeah, toxic. And with this part, okay, with this moving, the boot of the boat will be impossible to fit by the water.
Okay.
So this was the part of the work that made what do you call that?
Caulkers.
The caulkers.
And so the wood does not rot
because
of the water, so it's protected.
Exactly.
Okay.
And this is what. And
so the original
the connection that is because of this part of society is so old. It's a connection from the ancient school of arts. School means number of people together, not school like public school.
Yeah.
And then the modern association that had to be state having a look what were the uses and the traditions before. In this space, we have here something that's very important.
This is incredibly beautiful,
yeah,
incredibly important.
That's the connection that we have between the part of history from the ancient and important tradition, Venetian tradition that you can see, and it was written, that was called matricola, that means the book of the art, where it's written not only the rules, but only also the name of people joining the association. And it was a connection because this type of statute is not more.
It's not used anymore.
Yes, it's not used anymore. And this is the only one we have in Venice because we are the oldest in the oldest city. And it's written, handwritten, all the rules of the association, just like it was in the ancient century to the other school and of works.
Are you able to tell us a few of the things that are written in here?
Oh yes. That was this part. A part is the first part is it's not a statute,
rules.
Not the rules. It's written, and then after rules there is the statute, and it's a very important because it's unique in all the city. And then when not used as statute, and when not used statute, they have used it to join the important people of the city.
So these are honorary members?
Yeah, honorary members. And we have also the first president of the society, and also, for example, Giuseppe Garibaldi.
Giuseppe Garibaldi, written.
Giuseppe Garibaldi went here to the society, and it was signed not from Giuseppe Garibaldi, but from the, non so come si dice, pronipote.
Great-granddaughter?
Yeah.
Son.
Sì.
Great-great-grandson.
Great-great-grandson. Great-great-great-nephew.
Nephew.
Nephew.
Grandson.
Grand-nephew.
Yeah.
Non grandson.
Nephew. Great-great-grand-nephew.
Nephew is nipote, femmina. So grand-nephew that...
Questa è nipote femmina?
Sì, questa è nipote
allora,
femmina.
niece.
And it was
Perché c'è
signed,
scritto
sì. Anita Garibaldi. Anita Garibaldi now is of French nationality, but the French government gave the possibility to her to maintain the surname, so not to lose.
Oh, I see.
So he got Garibaldi, even if he's married with a French with another.
Okay, and she could keep that. Yeah.
And then so there we are popes, we are majors, a lot of people that came to visit the city and also the city, the association. It was something important to do when you came in Venice, also see what this association, this society do. And then you see, we have all this party. This is called Mariegola, and you can find this kind of statute just only at the Archivio di Stato.
In the state archives.
That Venice, and here.
And here.
And as a tradition, not only the Mariegola, the tradition wants, and we have the case. This case is important because reading any other libro matricola, you can find always setting that there is the libro matricola and his case. So they do exactly the same as they were interested to create the same things that was in the ancient times when Venice was just for the public.
And what is this case made from?
Wood. And what we call this?
And market tree. This.
Yes.
And this is.
And this is the maybe
engraving.
Yes, engraving. Incisions.
Incisions.
Of ships, wood shippers, galleon, and other.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. Wow.
And this is also written not Società Mutuo Soccorso, but Società Carpentieri Calafatti.
SCC.
And these oars are made for. When I take this to the Archivio Superiore, they told me to do these oars because air must pass through, so to avoid the ruin of the book, because there was no air inside, sufficient air inside.
Okay.
So they want me to have these oars.
Made oars. Wow. So moving to the present day, what do you do as a society now?
Yes, as a society, a mutual society, we still have a mutual service. So we offer to the people that join the society the same services as for disease, for injury, and also we have microcredito.
Microcredit, yeah.
Microcredit, yes. We have also, so our, how do you say soci?
Society members.
Society members. So our society members can also have microcredito that gives a possibility to have some money without formalities, and then refund back during the month until you have paid anything. The society made the same thing that was in the past century, and we also offer to the members the same assistance that we have in the past. This is important because we have to do that to be called a mutual aid society. Not doing that, you become just an association.
Okay, so that's a really fundamental part of your society.
Besides, we can also have activity of cultural and others, but that's not important, just like the core business that is this part of mutual society. And we do have 200 members.
And how do you become a member?
There is no special procedure to do that because the Italian law wants that any man and any woman that is Italian can join the society. So we lose the ancient way that wants to be a shipbuilder, and we became a society that can have all the members that want to become.
Could you be a member from abroad? Could you?
Really don't know. I don't know if the law permits to have a member from abroad, but I think we can just try. You want to try?
Please sign me up. And
let's see what say.
Talking about members and female members, there's something important behind us that I think we should have a look at. So this is a plaque, and it commemorates the founding of the society. So that says there, 1st of April, 1867.
150 years. Sì, nel 150 anni dalla fondazione.
100, yeah.
From the foundation.
From the foundation.
The insert is about the members, women members.
So
not,
what it
not
says,
only members.
It says le socie e i soci. So le socie are female members and i soci are the male ones.
That is impossible to find as well.
And importantly, women first, right? The women have been put first.
just only courtesy. Don't think.
Don't think we're more important. No.
Just only courtesy. But it's important. And the stuff is very American. The stuff is all around. Are also important because they are the proof of the shipbuilders when they become shipbuilders.
Interesting.
So is the proof that you are able to be a shipbuilder then you have to prove it in front of a commission, and the commission asks you to build something that may be simple or not, but a shipbuilder can do it from a scale to 1 to 1 to 1 to 100. So if you are able to do that, you are able to
On
do
that
that
scale?
Yeah. And this was saved from the school in Venice. I personally saved it because they were throughout as not important.
They were being thrown away. Goodness, yeah.
It was not important, so I go with my little boat and save this one and that one.
And you have a really interesting project, which unfortunately, those following on the live stream, you're not going to be able to see the next part, but please go onto our website to watch it, because we're going to go and visit a squero, which is a boatyard, a shipbuilding yard. Shipyard. And explain why this squero is important. What's the project?
Yes, the project is important because it wants to put together a lot of the parties that is the city. So the people that's inhabitants, the people that are not inhabitants but have built a home because they love Venice, and also for the people as tourists that come in Venice and maybe they stay for 2-3 days, not for 2-3 hours. So the Squirrel has this project to put together these people and watch together what is the real life in Venice. The real life in Venice must be said because Venice is not a pedestrian city. People come in Venice that really use the car, or they think that where there is no car, there is foot or feet. Venice is a city that you must admire, and you know what I mean. You have to admire from the water. And the Squirrel.
And I would just say that the trip we did before on the boat, it showed us how important
it was another city.
You see it from a completely different perspective. You have to go on a boat if you come to Venice.
And this is part of the project. The Squirrel wants also to have a part of the Squirrel wants also to have boats for hire. So if you want to come to Venice and also you want to row, you don't have to be a member of a Riviera row club, but you also take your boat and have a tour throughout the city. That's incredible because you can imagine what it means to go throughout Venice, not walking, but rowing. And so you can appreciate the city as it is. It is a city on the water, not a city where you can't park the car. And this is important for the Squirrel. The Squirrel wants this. They want also to save the part regarding the young shipbuilders. And also have a school, international school, because everybody can be able to have a construction of the boat if they know how.
Okay, so to create a school to teach the shipbuilding techniques.
We want to do that because it's important not staying crying about the ultimate or the last shipbuilder. We want to cry about we have no place for new shipbuilders because they are too many.
That's true. That would be a wonderful problem to have. Yeah.
So we want to choose this way of viewing the city as the last of the last. We want to be something more. And this project we have is just that.
And what type of boats what type of boats would be built?
Well, the queen of the boats, that is the gondola, but also this one.
What's this?
This is called a Sampierota. The Sampierota it is a sandal of Sampierota. And it's a boat that is used especially at Palestrina to move from the lagoon to the sea. Because this part that's more high for the waves, and this part that's high also. So not only the construction, but also the maintenance. That's important because Venice has no public square. It's incredible. The city that has a lot of wooden boats has no public square. So you buy a boat, a wooden boat, you need maybe 2 or 3 times in a year to get it outside the water and have the maintenance on the bottom. There is no public square. So this is also a problem, no? Because you can imagine what is the wood and what is the plastic. It's incredible, but the wood has a soul. The plastic has nothing. But if you want a wooden boat, you have to have a place where to work and to maintenance, to have maintenance. Okay? So this is also a part, because this part, the gondola, the cruise, and other boats, we have several type of boats in Venice. Maybe there are 30 or 40 types of boats.
And a peculiarity about the boats of the lagoon is that they are flat.
They're flat.
Why are they flat?
Because of the lagoon and because of the depth that is not very.
It's really shallow.
Yeah. So you have to move on 1 meter, 2 meter maximum. Not today that we have a channel of 11 meter, 20 meter, because of the passage of the.
We don't name it.
Of the ships.
Of the unnamed ones.
Yes.
But this is the reason why. It's also when you go, when you row on the lagoon, you can appreciate how this boat move very fast, as they are constructed to be moved by a row, and then a fork
Oarlock. And we have just been talking to someone that makes oarlocks.
And this is the movement. The important of it is not also the movement, but the important is also how is he constructed this, because he has a part that is flat, this one, and a part that we call the diamond. And this is the same principle of the wings of an airplane. As the water passes under, as the water passes up, over, and the move of the moving of the water is here more slowly than this one, and it permits to go forward with this movement, and the boat gets straight along this way, then not this way.
Even though, you're going.
And it's important because without this diamond, it's very difficult to put the boat to go in the same direction.
Okay, well, I think we will now head over to see this squero. So as I said, you need to watch it afterwards on our webpage, on our recorded video. So for now, we will say goodbye. Thank you so much for talking to us. That was really, really interesting. And we'll see you later, okay? Bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass, just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me. control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. Had to convince my friends this time. Think you're toxic to my mind, but I know they don't know what you're all about. The way you hold my body tight, staying up talking through the night. Yeah, I know they just don't. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it during night, but in the morning you just leave. I need more of. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh, but guess I need more of you. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah.
Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like glass. Just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back. Just time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind. Always, all of the time. Yeah, in it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind. Always, all of the time. All the time.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Ooh.